absolutely very happy to see her going well, and we hope that she will produce playing more, even more entertaining and interesting chess. And in the meantime, we also hope that the other local players will show even better results. Perhaps some of them were not exactly happy what was going on in the first rounds, but I mean, this is a very long tournament, and every chance is still possible. So before we switch to the games, I already see some familiar openings being played out, at least on the first board, and I could tell a lot about that. Perhaps, Egon, maybe you can tell something about organizing the tournament. I mean, I do understand you have a very quite a vast experience already organizing the Riga Technical University Open. But how it was organizing European Women's Chess Championship? What's the difference?
Well, many things are completely new here, because the tournament is on one side it's smaller, but on another side it is of much higher organizational level, because it's an official championship, and many things that are completely unnecessary for open tournament are absolutely crucial here. Like accreditations, like special guests, like this video broadcast which we are doing the first time in my tournament. So even though we are quite an experienced team for other events, this tournament brought us a very nice new experience. And the only thing that I can say about how we succeeded, I hope people love it. Yeah. And I hope we more or less succeeded. Yeah. In general, our team started to do something in 2009, and the story is the following. At that moment, there was quite a bit of crisis in Latvian chess, and there were no team championship in Latvia. And me personally, I really like team events, and that's where I started to organize, because we said, okay, we don't have any team championship, let's organize it. And we did it together with Katarina Steintje, international master from Latvia, and so we are also doing Riga Technical University Open together, and also this tournament together. So many thanks to her. Maybe she's listening. Yeah,
probably. Yeah.
And also everyone else in my team, which is not very big, and none of us is professionally doing it, but. Well, it is young and team consisting of people that really want to do that, want to help chess to grow, to promote chess, and that's, I think, the main reason why we can do these things.
I assume with every new year when you organize Riga Technical University Open, you learn how to organize and how not to organize things, probably.
Yes, of course. I think none of the event goes with no failures at all. You always fail, redo, and learn from that.
Well, but so far, I mean, it looks everything right on the organizing level here at the European Women's Chess Championship. I mean, I've heard so great remarks from the players and the visitors that the playing hall is great, the atmosphere, the playing conditions for the participants, they are really excellent. So I really hope that this will be a future like benchmark for the tournaments, not only to be organized in Riga, but also for women's chess in Europe.
I hope so. Well, about the playing hall, it's always like that you'll get completely contradictory comments. For example, yesterday some people were telling that it's too hot there, and some people were complaining, oh, it's impossible to play, it's too cold. So you will never get perfect for everyone, but we're trying to do our best here. And well, yes, it's the first tournament out of 2 that we are organizing. So it will be kind of benchmark for us as well, because in 2018 we are organizing also European Youth Chess Championship, which will be held also in Riga in Tiipsala, which is a usual playing hall of Riga Technical University Open. So if you want to experience how it will be in 2018 in Youth Championship, then I can invite you to this year's Riga Technical University Open to see the playing hall, how we are organizing. Okay, I've already started advertisements. Probably some will come from my mouth today.
I assume you have received really quite a lot of help to organize this tournament. So.
Indeed, yes.
Okay.
I have to thank many sponsors, starting from Latvian government, in particular the Ministry of Education and Science, Riga City Council, in particular Live Riga organization, and of course our private sponsors. You'll see some logos also on this broadcast. Many thanks to Baltic Law Offices, which is one of our main sponsors, which is giving almost the same money as the government is giving, and it is just a private person who is giving, so many thanks to him. Also Rietum Banka supported us, and also for many thanks to European Chess Union, which is our partner. We are working under auspices of them. They have helped us to sort many things out, so many thanks to them, and of course to my team. I already mentioned some of them, but many thanks to all of you.
Okay, so maybe we can already we can return to this particular topic a bit later. Of course, we don't intend to talk all of the time about organizing things, but maybe we can quickly jump what's going on in the games.
Definitely.
Yes. I see the first game where one of the pre-tournament favorites, Maria Musuk with black, is playing against Sarah Halt. This is clearly a very, very familiar position to me. Maybe we can jump right to that. Yeah. So bishop b5, I do know this line quite well myself, because this is quite a popular way for White try to avoid mainstream theory. I've played it myself with quite a lot of success, but I came to the conclusion that the biggest problem with this variation is the move knight d7.
Actually, I'm playing all my life this variation with White. Because I'm always avoiding theoretical lines, and so I really love this one.
Okay, I mean, there are other alternatives, obviously. Bishop d7 is very calm continuation. For example, after bishop d7, I really like this move c4, battling for the c6 square. For example, if, let's say, black plays something like knight f6, knight c3, followed by knight c6, I can go to some kind of Marozzi-bind structure. So at some moment I could exchange on c6, f3, bishop e3. So it's not very easy for black to show some aggressive intentions here. And this is the reason why bishop d7 is a very peaceful move. Okay, it's also possible to play knight c6. And knight c6 might be transforming, let's say, if black would be playing something like knight c6, bishop b5, and then d6. So then would be basically getting the same position. Yeah. So here after knight c6 there are several continuations. Probably the best is short castle. Actually, Ilze Berziņa yesterday, she was playing this variation, and after bishop d7, I think, yeah, she played bishop d7 and she made some kind of strange move h3, which I had not seen before, but apparently she confessed after the game in the press conference, visiting the studio, that she had prepared that. So the point of knight d7, it's a really trendy move, and the point is black is aiming for the advantage of two bishops. So if you will take on d7, black keeps his chances alive to sooner or later open up the position and enjoy the advantage of two bishops.
But why can't I just play c3 here? I'm always doing that.
c3, I think the main move here was knight f6.
Queen e2.
Queen e2, a6.
Bishop a4.
And b5 and bishop c2.
Bishop
yes.
c2.
Yes, this is perfectly playable. But what do you have to know about this position? For example, e5. I'm not sure if e5 was the best here.
I think bishop b7 is a main line.
Maybe. But what I wanted to note, that this position, it has some kind of a resemblance with the Rai-Lopez variation.
Yeah.
And in the Rai-Lopez variation, the knight is not on d7, it is on a5. And even that position is being played for black. And I think, why would I play this position if the knight is on d7? I mean, that already should be some kind of improvement for black. Of course, you are absolutely right. This is completely playable position for white, and white has scored many important points in this line. But this is being considered to be quite all right variation for black.
Oh, definitely.
And actually, this is why Sarah with white, she went to play d4, which is considered to be the main line. C takes on d4 is a requirement here because knight f6 here is not so good move because, if I remember correctly, because of the short castle. Short castle, knight e4 on rook e1, and this seems to be extremely unpleasant. There was even some possible force to win, maybe not immediately, something like this, and the attack is so dangerous. Bishop c4, knight g5 is incoming. And after rook e1, d5, if I remember correctly, c4 gives a big advantage for white. So I don't think that black should be doing this. After knight d7, d4, so the most accurate move, is take on d4, queen takes on d4, and a6. And here, for some reason, white is thinking. If I remember correctly, there were two possible moves. One move is bishop takes on d7, which is most frequently played. Something like bishop d7 and c4, followed by knight c3, and white is aiming for some kind of Marozzi bind. But the problem is that black keeps his two bishop advantage, and he plays something like e5, h6, knight f6, so it's quite a flexible structure. I've talked also with one of the leading theoretical experts in Latvian chess, Igor Kovalenko, and he says this is a very nice line for black, but unfortunately also on this line there are some forced drawing lines which he doesn't like as a very attacking player. And
I believe so, that he doesn't like drawing lines.
And that's why he's been playing some Caro-Kann or other lines which don't have forced drawing lines. But here actually, instead of bishop takes on d7, there is a possibility to go bishop e2, and I might not remember all of the details. Here c4, knight f6, c4, e5. Now it seems to be would be a normal position for white because I can move my queen to e3, knight c3, b3 something, and I still get some kind of a favorable position. But the problem is with c4 that I think that black can transform to some kind of a dragon. And I had one game against Ivan Cheparinov from Bulgaria. I played the rapid tournament several years ago in Warsaw, and the game continued something like this, if I'm not mistaken. Castle, castle, queen, d3, knight c5, queen c2. And I thought I'm all right until I get the move b5.
Oh, looks interesting.
Yes, c takes, bishop takes, bishop b7, and some battle ensued there, and I got a very bad position. Even though by computer it was playable, but it was extremely...
It looks active for black.
Yeah, so this was very, very nice idea for black. I mean, to transform into a dragon, and it actually makes sense, but the queen is on d4. I just missed this idea that this b5 is such a powerful idea. So I don't know, we'll see how the game will continue, but something like that has already been played. Let me see if we can actually very, very quickly jump back to the game. a6, okay, bishop e2 was chosen by white, which I was discussing one of the possible alternatives. e5, queen e3, and knight f6. Here it's actually an interesting thing, because the queen is on e3, black doesn't have to play h6. So that bishop g5 is no longer a threat, exchanging one of the knights and then fight for this central square. I think this is a perfectly fine position for black, but yet again, I mean, you have to ask where are the perspectives to fight something more than a draw. What do you think, Egon?
I don't know. I would like to play this with white, actually. Yeah, it's playable. Nothing bad has happened to black, but I would prefer white here.
Okay, I assume something like
knight c3, b3, something.
Bishop b7, b3, something.
Maybe castles then b3, but that's a plan to put bishop on b2, knight on d5, and.
But I'm not so sure, because there might be some ideas not only for black to go rook c8 for some very, very quick b5 and somehow exposing your knight. Maybe that's not so dangerous, but I had another idea to play knight c5, really questioning what is your opponent doing on e4, and then somehow transform the knight on e6.
Oh, okay.
I might jump to d4, f4 or something. So for example, let's say I'll play something like, let's say b3, knight c5, knight d2 and knight e6, something like this. So this looks quite interesting for.
Can I just go bishop b2? On c2 I have problem. I can't.
Some problems there.
Yeah, I have problem on c2.
Yeah, so this is certainly good for black. I'm not sure how good really, but I mean, basically I can always see. A true professional who has studied the line, he always goes knight d7. I mean, that's usually a trademark. Bishop d7, it's extremely peaceful continuation. But you know what? I just very quickly wanted to share with you an idea. I am not sure if, probably it wasn't me who invented the move, or maybe somebody else played before. But I was playing last year in European, no, not European, in a French team, chess championship. And I decided, okay, why cannot now I play c4? I thought that's quite interesting, because it actually stops all of those ideas. And e5 now to close the center, it seems that my knight on c3 will be more active than the knight on d7. So I thought this should be better for me. And if black goes for knight f6, I get to some Marozzi bind. And after g6, d4, c takes, maybe knight takes on d4 is somewhat accurate. After queen d4, bishop g7, now I'm already more or less forced to take on d7, because the bishop on b is doing nothing, so still I get some kind of a Marozzi. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, this looks quite interesting. And I checked the database. c4 has not been played so many times, so I thought, okay, this is quite interesting actually to counter this. Yeah. So okay, well, there's some theoretical dispute in the game. The game is right now still going on, obviously, and both players are choosing their best continuation, so maybe we can quickly...
Yeah, let's move to other games.
Yeah, let's move what's going on here. So it's with white, Petra Pap playing against Nana Zagnidze. And this looks like some kind of contested French defense line. Yeah. I'm not a huge expert in this line to say if I know anything at all about it. I do know some vague ideas, but after knight c3, bishop b4, I know, of course, this is the main line. Queen a4 is extremely popular lately, and yet again, I would like to remind that there was this very nice game for the Latvian chessman Igor Kovalenko, where black beat Temur Ajabov. I mean, that was very, very important for our national team in the 2015 European Team Chess Championship. And queen a4, the idea is to block the advancement of the a pawn, sometimes target the c2 pawn, and possibly close the position with c4, potentially, I don't know, the black king runs somewhere to c7 and does something then on the king side. But queen g4, this is the main continuation here. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was, I hope I'm not wrong, Parimarian Negi, he wrote his books, How to Play Against most of the open systems when playing with white e4, and he was suggesting what to do against the French, the Caro-Kann, and the Philidor. It was one of his first books, actually. And if I'm not mistaken, maybe I'm wrong, he was suggesting something like this. But the main move here, unless I'm wrong, was go back queen d1. So it's a bit paradoxical move. White is wasting time to go queen g4, then go back queen d1.
Just to get king on f8, yes?
Yeah, just to get the king on f8. There was another continuation, obviously. g6, I don't remember, honest. I mean, I have not studied this line, but knight f3 probably is one of the main continuations here. h3, well...
What's the idea of it?
I think the idea is to take on c5, to protect the queen. Yeah. I don't know, honest. I mean, there probably is some deep theoretical preparation, and white is well within the theory. But I'm a bit surprised that Nana Zagnidze is not. And she has spent already something like 20 minutes on thinking about the position. Maybe something did not went according to her preparation, and she is just trying to remember where her opponent is trying to catch her. Maybe she's trying to remember some of her games. She might have played something like that before. Had a chess base on this computer, I would immediately check, obviously, the database. Maybe it's actually an idea for the future games. I could actually immediately check if both of the players have played this particular line. For example, I remember the first round when in the studio I was visiting Maria Musuk, and we were asking her how was she playing against Judith Fuchs from Germany, and apparently there was already one game for her in that line. We didn't know it. And Judith was trying to catch her in some lines, and she played something else, and she could not remember what was the exact continuation. And I think here is might be something similar. So Nana Zagnidze probably knows that her opponent has prepared something she's trying to remember. So do you, Egon, have any experience with French 9c3?
For French, actually, many years I had French as an opening that I didn't love at all to play with white against. So what I found, I'm just playing different unknown lines in French. For example, e4, e6, f4. I'm just avoiding the main lines again. Again, the second game that we are watching, and I'm already telling that I'm playing there and there completely unknown lines. So that's probably what chess player am I.
Okay, I see. Yes, but here after h3, let's move a couple of moves ahead. Queen c2 was played, and after rook c1, now Nana Zagnidze is still pondering what to do here. Well, I have no idea, to be honest. Without huge theoretical knowledge, I can see no difference between queen f5 or queen a2 for that matter. I can only imagine that if the queen goes something like queen b2, I imagine is something like bishop d3 followed by castle, and something nasty is going on the king's side.
It looks a bit dangerous.
Yeah.
So I think queen f5 looks better here.
But actually after queen f5, I think white could actually take the pawn, no? I'm quite sure it's still theoretical, so we apologize if you do know this line and we don't. I mean, it's yet again completely normal because we cannot know every single line. We won't pretend that we do know this line, but well, it looks quite interesting and dynamic position. So we'll see how the game will continue from this moment, and we'll return to it later. In the meantime, another leaders are playing on the third board. In total, let me remind you, there are 12 leaders. So first
6 games.
6 games, 2 points out of 2. So any potential decisive score on those might mean that a new leader is emerging from that game. And here is playing with white, Arakia Grand Ketavan against Elizabeth Pecht. And this looks like some Philidor to me.
No,
yeah, e5. E5 is actually quite popular lately. I've seen many players playing this, and but the thing about e5, probably Elizabeth was not really concerned about it, but you really have to be ready that white might wants just to make a draw.
But it's not then black have solved all the opening problems.
Probably something like this.
Don't have any.
I'm sorry, obviously not bishop c4. Obviously,
taking.
Obviously, yes, I forgot to include. Yes, now bishop c4. There was a bishop b4 move. There was even a very solid move.
Yeah,
bishop
e6, and you're never worse, I think.
But this is, I think, some sort of a psychological game also, because black perfectly knows that there is no way that white will just go for a draw and try not to win the game, unless white is a huge favorite. I'm sorry, unless the black, yes, absolutely right. Unless the black is huge favorite, probably white would take on e5.
But a huge favorite will never play e5 here, I think, because of that.
It is possible. Maybe a huge favorite won't play the Sofimtsev typical, Philidor typical positions anyway, but okay. I mean, knight f3 is one possibility. It's probably the main move. Personally, I like myself a bit more knight e2 here, because it leaves me some options open with g3, bishop g2, but I mean, there are so many good continuations for white to choose from, so of course knight f3 is perfectly fine.
No.
So bishop c4, bishop e7. It seems that the white would have here some kind of a spectacular sacrifice, but this doesn't work. This is just losing. This is quite a known trick Obviously, king e8, king f8, black loses queen.
But king g8 is fine.
Yeah, it's more than that actually. This is quite a forced line, and if I remember correctly, now e takes on d4 just wins, because knight e5, knight f3, bishop h3 just kills white. Something like that. So this is all known, of course. So black can easily play bishop e7. Now this is the main move. a4. The point about a4 is that white has to understand that there is one very annoying threat incoming from black. So, for example, if I would make some kind of a careless move like h3, which, I mean, by no means looks completely normal, and start after something like c6, there are two threats which white is completely unable to parry.
Yeah, b5,
b5
and knight takes e4.
And knight takes on e4. So this is the reason actually why white actually here, he plays in advance, a4, just to gain some space, just to stop
the idea of b5.
Yeah, the idea of b5, and after something like c6, he can just go rook e1 and knight e4 now is impossible because I'll take with the rook. So a5, I think that is one of the main continuations here, just to stop the white pawn from advancing and gaining some more space on the queen side. So a5, rook e1, c6, bishop a2. I don't really remember much about this particular line, but there's supposed to be some kind of small edge, and if I'm not mistaken, one of the ideas for white here was somehow try to transform the knight from h4 to f5, but I don't remember.
I think you have to prepare a lot, because there will always be knight takes e4 idea.
Probably, yes, probably not immediately. Maybe it was after something like h6, I really don't remember. Maybe it was something like bishop a2, h6, and somewhere here there was some kind of a knight h4. Actually, this move, let's say knight h4,
and
is,
why can't I take?
You can, but on d6 you also are.
Ah, okay.
This seems to be in favor for white.
But can't I take on f2?
Probably, yeah. Probably you can. I mean, okay, I'm just hypothetically speaking about this variation. I seem to remember there was some kind of idea, knight h4. I just don't play it myself. I used to play it quite some time ago, so I just remember. Maybe there was some bishop e3, then knight h4. I really don't remember, but I'm sure we'll see more action from this game, because otherwise for white, it's not very easy to find anything else. I mean, what to do? I mean,
yeah. The position looks pretty, but it's quite solid for black.
Yeah, actually here how can I go back? I mean, here after bishop a2, there's yet another psychological trick. Elizabeth, she has played rook e8. These are some kind of, I think, mind games. I mean, after knight g5, rook f8, do you want to draw? So it's quite interesting, actually, would be to see who is the first to psychologically accept. Then I want my opponent to psychologically accept, and then after some 2 times repetition, I play h6, something like that. And I mean, this is just pure psychology very often, but I mean, repeating the moves, there's nothing wrong with that, of course, obviously. Yeah. So.
But I think that at least formally the favorite of this game is Elizabeth Petz.
Yeah, I'm quite sure she doesn't want to draw. I'm quite sure about it. So she's just testing. I mean, unless there's some order of the moves, let's say if after rook e8, white doesn't play knight g5 and does something else, I think that black has to play h6 anyway, and I cannot imagine, I mean, playing this position without h6, but maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. Maybe take on d4 and some knight e5 something, and she just spares some time on h6. I don't know, to be honest. But I mean, we'll see what will be unfolding here. In the meantime, maybe we can jump to the next game. Yeah, there's also something funny going on. Some Italian. Okay, but white is playing Marina Brunello with Alisa Galiamova. Yesterday, Marina with black was playing. I already forgot what kind of opening it was. It was some kind of Reti, which transformed into some kind of ground file structure, and we and Tom's in the studio were discussing her possibility to play queen b6, and she chose a more spectacular b5. Well, I don't know how strong it was, but still she got a very nice position and won quite convincingly. So yeah, so let's see how she is doing today.
I dropped the microphone.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So after bishop c4, yeah, bishop c5 is right now the most popular continuation because it involves very little theory to study. I mean, after knight f6, you still have to study those knight g5, d5, e takes. So why do you need it? Just play bishop c5. It's extremely easy. I mean, c3, knight f6. Yeah.
That's the first theoretical lines that are usually taught to kids in Latvia.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, probably not only in Latvia, but in.
I don't know about other countries, but in Riga, usually
Okay.
kids are taught these lines first.
But here, d3 seems to be basically the only normal move here because d4 hardly poses any problems. I can just take, bishop b4, bishop d2, and there are many equaling lines. I think knight takes on e4 is the most accurate. Something like this is quite a known theory. Takes, check, d5. I'm sorry if I'm very quickly forwarding with the variation, but this is a known line. I mean, there's nothing even spectacular about it. This being contested many times. And I actually think that black can easily play for a win here because the king goes to d6, knight runs from g5 to e6, targeting the d4 pawn, and black is just perfectly fine, in my humble opinion. I mean, so this is.
But it was mandatory to the queen exchange for white.
I think so. But
Black king on e6 makes me think that I don't want to exchange queen.
yes, but there are basically no other continuations. If you play d4, okay, you can play e5. Yes, but then there's yet again no problems for black. He just plays d5. Oh, I'm sorry.
No. Bishop b5.
Bishop, obviously, yes. Bishop or bishop e2 also, for that matter, is a possibility.
Bishop b5 is also one more
But there's
well-known position for me. But yes,
But there's no problems.
no big problems for black.
Yeah, so we rarely see this variation contested on the top level, so no surprise that people who are playing the Italian, they sort of test, I don't know, about d4, b4, they think about those possibilities, and once they see knight f6, everybody just plays d3. So, and here a6 is quite a standard move, bishop b3, and bishop a7. This actually takes some understanding to make such a move. Obviously, for very good players, this is not a difficult move. But bishop a7 seems to be some sort of small requirement already, because otherwise white would make a quick short castle and push for d4. So bishop a7 is very useful move. Here, actually, I don't think that bishop b3 is the most accurate. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's no difference. But I would prefer to say play castling. And now castle is not so good because now I can go for d4. And this is supposedly better for white, as far as I remember.
At least it looks like.
Yeah. So this bishop d5 is quite annoying move. So inaccuracy, it's easy to play such an accuracy without understanding that d4 is a threat. So this is one of the reasons why black, as soon as possible, plays bishop a7 and leaves his options open to whether play d5 or d6 or h6 or short castle or not. I mean, just keep all the options open. Knight d2. I don't like this because I seem to remember this was
giving away many options, I think, with this move.
I seem to remember that, yet again, unless I'm seriously mistaken, this was an accuracy. Because now really black has an option to go for a very quick d5. I think the standard approach here is just short castle, and then probably play knight d2. But okay, let's see how the game will unfold. Knight takes on d5. I think there already a few moves have been played. Okay, just one move, knight e4. Knight e4. Of course, the idea is just to protect f4 square. So knight f4 doesn't make any sense because I'll just take d4 and look at this bishop on a7. It's doing nothing there. So, but of course, black won't play this. How do you think, Egon, should black proceed?
I was first looking at castling, but then what shall I do after bishop g5?
Is it so dangerous?
Oh, not very dangerous, but a bit unpleasant, I think.
Can I play f6?
I don't know. Yeah, then you'll have some pin there.
Yes, but I can always close it, bishop e6. I don't know.
Can I play something crazy like bishop e3? And with the idea of going to c5? After I'm not really sure what shall I do it with.
It doesn't strike me as dangerous. I mean, knight c5, I can just take.
Or I can, no. I will first take on a7 and then knight c5.
Ah, okay. That is interesting. Okay, one moment.
But then b7 pawn is not hanging anymore.
Something like this.
Yeah, but you can just play
bishop f7.
Yeah.
And white still has to make a castle.
Yeah, and in my mind, the rook was still on a8, and I thought that you have a pawn on b7 hanging.
Okay, I see. Yeah, but I think, short castle makes perfectly fine here. A perfectly fine position for black. Although this is probably not forced, I can play h6 also here as black. I a bit don't like white's choice here unless this is some kind of theoretical line, but it doesn't strike me really as a theoretical line here. So
I think h6 will be needed anyway, so it
if
makes sense to play
if I remember correctly, this knight b to d2, this was an accuracy, but okay, I apologize if I'm mistaken. But okay, the next game is Zeynep Mamediyarova, one of the world-famous Shakhyar's Mamedyarov's sisters, here playing in Riga against the 2015 and year 2000 European Women's Chess Champion Natalia Zukova. And so far, Natalia has been demonstrating very confident chess. She won a very nice game in the French defense in the first round, and she was here in the studio together with Alexei, and she talked about her game and her general feeling about it. But Zeynep, she yesterday won. Who did she win? I think it was a game against Monica Suchko. Maybe I'm mistaken. Because we were following that game, and she was in some kind of a trouble after the opening, but she managed to turn things around. If I'm not mistaken, this is the second game for her in a row with white. So there has been some color break already. And from what I can see, black is not experiencing any problems here. This is all quite standard piece development for black.
There is also a big time difference already, half an hour. If it's correct, of course.
That is the current clock, I think. Yeah, that is the current clock. That is not the clock of that particular move. Yeah, but this seems that like an announcement, I want to go out and just play some chess, and I don't want to involve in some kind of theoretical struggle. On b3, the Zuckertort structure, if I'm not mistaken. And well, there is some poison, obviously, in these variations, but I don't see that this is particularly dangerous variation for black. So probably some equality and possibilities for white. I think white would want to play knight e5 here. At least I would want to play this. But knight e5 will be met by immediate knight b4. And this bishop, I think it's extremely important for white to have some attacking perspectives there on h7, f4, rook f3, rook h3, something. So it would only make sense for white to play something like a3 before. And then I plan to play knight e5. But the problem with a3 is that something like after queen c7, you might not get that knight e5 anymore. So I'm quite sure that right now white is pondering about this position and what should I do? What is my game plan? What are my options here? So I don't know, to be honest. maybe knight e5 is still playable, but after knight b4 I just see zero problems for black.
Yeah. There's definitely there is no advantage for white, definitely.
Doesn't look like that, yes. Is there some, okay, no, there is not, okay. The next game is, okay, we jumped too much forward. Ulya Fatalieva with white against Yekaterina Atalik. Fatalieva yesterday, she was playing against Deimante Daulite from Lithuania, and I did not like her position after the opening, and until the moment when Deimante blundered a pawn in a very strange way. And we were a bit surprised by that and could not explain by any other reason than just a blunder. And there were still some chances for Deimante, but Fatalieva, she managed to win the game. So she's a bit unexpectedly among the leaders with 2 out of 2. And right now the position is quite something. I don't know what, quite something. I mean, yeah, it is Scotch. Bishop c5, b takes on c6. Okay, I've always thought that queen on f6 is a bit more interesting move, but of course after queen f6 there are several interesting continuations for white. One of those popular continuations is queen f3, which has been quite popular for quite some time. Well, white is aiming for some advantage. In the endgame, b takes on c6, I would imagine it's keeping all of the options open, and it's probably perfectly playable. Yes, so now black plays queen f6. It's quite funny that Scotch variation very often has nothing common with the common sense when we are teaching children how to play chess. I mean, it's even possible in some variation the queen goes to h4, targeting the kid checkmate. I mean, and you don't teach something like that, I mean, to the kids. This is one of the first things which you say that you don't go that. I mean, you just develop the pieces. But, I mean, for some reason, in Scotch, this is quite a perfectly acceptable line. I mean, it's quite funny. I mean, obviously black is not targeting to checkmate white on f2, but the queen is quite well placed on f6. Queen d2 looks quite standard.
I mean, you don't have any other options, really.
You have queen f3.
Queen f3, but...
I'm not sure if there's any difference. Queen f3, b takes on c6, then knight c3, or knight c3, b takes on c6, then queen f3. I have no idea.
Yeah,
I have no idea. I've not studied it so carefully. But queen d2 is one of the typical responses. White plans to put the bishop on d3, usually castle and bishop f4, keeping the pawn structure healthy.
Queen f4, yes.
Yeah, of course, yes, followed by queen f4, exchanging the queens and aiming for some kind of better endgame yet again. I mean, well, very often that's what it is. I mean, very good players, they play out their opening with just one reason, to get a somewhat more preferable endgame. I mean, because it's very difficult to directly outplay the opponent in the middle game or in the opening phase. So that's what they are doing. I mean, they're trying.
I love such a style.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's another title for that. In English, it probably would be some kind of retired person style, or something. Or in Russian, it sounds a lot better. But still, of course, I also like it myself. I play very peacefully to grind out this small advantage, and yeah, it's very nice.
See how your opponent is working hard for 5 hours to get a draw.
And they don't get it in the end.
And if they don't get it in the end, well, even better.
Yeah, okay.
So I think that's all our leaders.
That's all our leaders, and maybe we can very quickly look at 2 more boards, and then we can jump back to the first board, see what's going on there. Maria's older sister, Anna Musuk, right now has scored 1.5 points out of 2 yesterday. She had quite a good opening, actually. I liked it, because Sophie Millet with white, she did not play, in my point of view, not exactly the best variation, but it was quite hard to crack, and Anna, she misplayed it. Me and Emil Sutovsky in the studio, we were discussing that her decision to take the bishop on e5 for those dear viewers who remember the game, it was quite strange. We were thinking about d pawn takes on e5, and Anna landed in a big trouble actually. And well, still she managed to save it because it was by no means obvious for White to find it, and White did not even try to push for more. They waited, played a couple of moves after the first time control. They agreed to draw, and I think that was a very close escape for Anna. I think she should be happy with the draw yesterday because it could have been much worse. So obviously she's willing today to go for the win. I mean, still okay, it's not a big tragedy. She lost half a point, but the tournament is very long. I mean, she's extremely motivated to win the tournament. I think I'm not wrong, but she and her sister have never once won the European Women's Chess Championship.
I don't remember them winning.
Quite interesting because her sister Maria was the women world champion. Yeah. And Anna herself almost won the tournament this year. Well, okay, unfortunately she lost in the final, but they have not won the European Championship. So, yeah. But that's what they're here.
She has tried the Swiss Gambit. To sacrifice half a point early and then
quietly sneak up to the leaders. Yeah. I know. Yes, this is. Sometimes some players are accused of using this style to deliberately dropping the points at the first rounds, then somehow sneaking up in the last round. And, I'm in top 3.
I remember several cases in open tournaments after losing the first round to get a sole winner.
Yeah. Okay. So in the game against Olga Badelka, Anna right now has played out some kind of okay, looks like a Chelyabinsk to me. No, it's Kalashnikov. Yes, obviously. Bishop e7. Demante yesterday, Dolita Demante yesterday played a similar line only in the Chelyabinsk. She played knight f6, bishop e3 was included, and then she tried not bishop e7 but bishop e6. To be honest, I don't know where is the actual difference between those variations, and we probably should invite an Yevgeny Olinovich Sveshnikov to the studio, and he would give us 3-hour lecture on what is the yes, at least. I mean, what is the subtleties of this variation? But like I said it then, and I'll probably repeat today, that the main idea for White is that if Black doesn't play b7, b5, then you should automatically play knight c4. So obviously knight c4, b5, knight e3, knight f6, and bishop d3. But if I'm not mistaken, I recall some kind of discussion with Alexei Shirov about this line when he was preparing against his match against Anish Giri. Maybe they were playing a friendly match a year or 2 years ago or something like that, and I hope I'm not disclosing any secrets, but because the match is gone and obviously the games are already played, but there were some concerns in this line, and I seem to recall that bishop d3 was quite strong. I'm quite sure this is still a theoretical position. The point of bishop d3, if I'm not mistaken, it was something like knight b4 and bishop e2, but maybe I'm wrong, and the knight was somehow misplaced on b4, but I have no idea. I mean, I just remember that discussion, and that's what it was. I mean, okay. So knight e5, e takes on d5 seems to be quite a standard move actually, because knight takes on d5 hardly gives any advantage for White because of bishop g5. Okay, I have this beautiful knight, but what else? I mean, I can easily with Black exchange it by exchanging the darks for bishops, then bishop e7 take on d5 or knight e7 take on d5. And the point on knight, I'm sorry, not with the knight, but e takes on d5. This knight has very little squares to go, because knight e4 is made by c3.
And your piece down.
Yeah, knight a5 feels just wrong. I mean, you don't want to put the knight on the edge of the board.
But then you can bring maybe it at some time to c5, but it's
c4. You mean?
No. Knight b7, knight c5 at some moment.
I wouldn't be surprised. Let's say just some random moves. I could even think about playing b4.
Yeah, and then my knight is.
This knight is just doomed. I mean, I don't like it. I don't like it. Maybe we can very shortly make some kind of a break, and after we talk about this game, we can return to the studio and finish the view of the other games. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But maybe we can take a look at the
sure.
Berzin's game.
Okay.
Because,
One moment, but
for Latvian viewers.
Okay, but I just want to very, very quickly have a look how it went here. A5 seems like a sad necessity here. A4, B takes. I don't like this for black. I don't know. Or maybe it's still opening preparation. What do you think?
It looks a bit strange, but judging by clocks, for example, white is the one who is thinking.
Yeah, but the pawn on a5 is very weak, no, isn't it? I can possibly play something like c3, knight a6, and queen a4. How do you protect this pawn? So basically, you have to sacrifice something like this. Maybe this. So it's possible actually that Olga Bedelka is still well within theoretical preparation here. Knight c1, rook b2 is still a threat. Might be possible that this is still some theoretical line.
Yeah.
I don't know it.
You might have some compensation for it.
So yes, so Anna probably is right now thinking about her options here. Okay, maybe we can very, very quickly have a look how is doing Ilse. She's playing against Stavrula Tsolakido with black.
If I remember correctly, her opponent is 2 times European champion under 18.
How long time ago?
I think last year.
Okay, I don't know the player.
She's 17, so.
Okay, so she's very young and promising player.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, I see.
We have an almost Greek arbiter, so she told me that this fact.
You mean
world champion? Sorry.
Okay.
Not European.
Okay, I see. This is one strange opening. Where's the idea of this move?
To end their opponent's preparations.
Yeah, but I mean, but I don't understand. I mean, okay, I just take on e4, queen d1, and play something like bishop g4. I mean, come on, I'm not experiencing any problems here, am I? I mean,
You're definitely not.
Quite a strange way to play, but I mean, okay, maybe this is yet another attempt to go away from some theoretical preparation and
play some chess.
Play some chess, yes, right, why not? I mean, maybe she's confident that she'll outplay Ilse with white in some positional struggle. I mean, why not? I mean, it is still possible, and obviously white is not worse, for sure. But I would understand this idea if not from some kind of a Caro-Kann structure, but if the pawn was on c5, then I would more safely play d3 and then d takes on e4, d takes on e4. Exchanging the queens is not that great for black because he has these weaknesses on b5 and d5. But with the Caro-Kann structure, I mean, black is extremely solid. So okay, but I think more or less something like that transpired in the game. And after knight d2, why do you take on e4? Okay. Probably Ilse just wanted to get a very symmetrical position, but it's just equal. I mean, there's nothing absolutely for white. Bishop c5, short castle, queen e7. The bishops get exchanged, and I wouldn't be surprised that Ilse will hold this game.
So nothing really interesting here.
Not so.
Bad suggestion to go here.
Not so far, but let's not jump to the conclusions because every single peaceful game can very easily involve in a very tactical game. So all of the options are still open for both players if they cooperate. If not, then perhaps another player can force the other to cooperate. So yeah, so maybe we make a small break and we'll return to you, dear viewers, in a few minutes. And thank you for watching us. I hope you like us. And if you have any questions, please write them at our official YouTube page from where we are streaming. And we'll try to find some time to answer to you. And see you soon.
Thank you.
And so we are back broadcasting live from Riga following the European Women's Chess Championship 2017. And right now in the studio we have yet another special guest. With me is the FIDE Trainers Commission Chairman and the well-known chess coach Adrian Mishin. Hello.
Yeah, hello, nice to be here.
Thank you for visiting us. Maybe you can tell something about your visit to Riga, why you came here.
I came Riga for two reasons. First of all, I'm working as a chief coach of the Turkish Chess Federation, which is a very big federation and very fast developing. And second, we have here a board meeting of ECU discussing, let's say, very important subjects on development of European chess. But at the moment, we don't have any problems as FIDE has. As FIDE has some kind of quarrels or scandals, we don't have something like that. We are very happy. We are functioning very well. We are developing different projects, and it will be, let's say, a lot of talks about new projects. And now one of our important project is development of the women chess. It is extremely important. Almira Skripchenko is our chief of commission for development of women chess, and main task is to find, let's say, connections with the world of women's business, with the fashion magazines, with some special shops, to promote, let's say, beautiful and clever girls. So it is really very easy task, because how you can promote men in chess? Except Carlsen, you cannot promote anybody. In women chess, you can promote any girl. But it's not so easy, because it needs contacts. Now we have, Almira managed to make some fantastic prizes from the, let's say, some female watch company, which is preparing fantastic prizes for the Women Grand Prix and for Women European Cup. So here we are quite successful, and our task is to increase quantity of girls playing chess, which is, let's say, very important for us, because girls, first of all, then they will pass their, let's say, hobbies to kids, and it will develop not worse than chess in school, in my opinion.
Okay. But still, I mean, comparing to other sports, I think chess doesn't stand, comparingly so bad, because if I remember correctly, I've seen some statistics that in chess, girls and women and men are basically 10 to 1. So it's 10 men and 1 woman, and in other sports it's 1 to 100, something like that.
Yeah, 1 to 100. Okay, because there are physical sports, and,
of course,
and it's very difficult for girls to compete, except gymnastics, maybe gymnastics, and there are some team sports which quite good. But okay, we have still good quantity of girls playing chess, but still is not enough. We would like to have more, much more. At least we would like to have, for example, for 10 boys, we would like to have 4 or 5 girls. It would be nice. It would be our target.
Okay, and are you also here in Riga as a chess coach? I assume you're coaching.
Yes, I'm coaching the Turkish national team. We have now 8 players. We have now practically not 2 teams. We had junior team and women team, and we decided now to create one team, to share that they will share, mix with each other, will share their knowledge, and young girls will, let's say, improve very fast. So we have 8 players here, and some of young girls very talented. For example, like 12 years old Sila Chalar, she is European champion under 12. So we are winning on the European youth more medals than some chess countries, like we can say Germany or France. So much more medals the Turkey is winning. So it means that chess is developing very well in the country.
I've been impressed actually by the progress of Turkey recently in the last years.
Yeah, really, it was a huge problem. But the problem is not so fast as let's say they expected at the start. They expected it will be faster. Yes,
even faster.
They expected that they will fight for medals on the Olympia 2016, but it was not. But Turkish team was number 7 on the Olympiad, so 7th place for Turkish men's team is incredible. Nobody could imagine that Turkey will be in top 10.
Yeah. Well, it's very, very nice to hear, and I hope we do get some kind of that level here in Latvia in the years to come. Of course, we are looking forward to that. Maybe we can very, very quickly jump to the games and see what's
okay, let's say
going
the
on.
interesting game is Musuk Maria playing against Sarah Halt. Yes.
We left the game
Yeah.
at this moment after B6, and we were discussing about some possible continuations here.
Yeah, and in my opinion, okay, it was a bit strange. It was a bit not let's say top continuation, but was very interesting plan. So look, because in girls chess we have a bit different plans, and these plans are more interesting sometimes than in men chess, because men sometimes they play too classical, too much classical. Girls are sometimes more inventive, and here it was really inventive. But I can't say that it was good for black, as former world champion played. But in girls chess, it's a bit different situation. When they play such two players, there is much more aggressivity in play, because world champion, when playing such, for example, player number 2 on the list and player number, let's say 150, like Sarah Holt or on the list. Let's say on world list one, because in men's chess it would be not so, with black color, world champion would have a lot of work.
Extremely difficult, yes.
And here it will be a lot of work, but attitude is much more aggressive. So you see, as Musuk played, in much more aggressive style. In men's chess, such aggressive style would be immediately punished. But here maybe everything can happen, because white, in my opinion, white has very, very promising position.
Yeah.
So
okay, there was some other moves here being played, so knight c5 makes perfect sense to me. Yes, knight e6, which I was also suggesting, knight d5.
Yeah, okay, because white threat, black threat is knight f4, maybe it's not dangerous. Knight d4, knight b3, bishop. You see, in this position it's always question, do you need this bishop, yeah? Because white structure is on white pawns based, c4, e4. For this reason, bishop is not so important piece. It's possible to give it up immediately. For example, playing, let's say on this move.
Yeah.
Here is playing how I can go back. Bishop.
Instead of bishop d3.
Maybe simply knight b3 was possible.
But there's a fork on c2, so I think.
Fork. It is indeed, but queen b6 is not working here. Knight f6 is a fork, because I would give up this bishop.
You mean here? Knight b3?
No, but it's too risky. Okay, bishop d3 she played. Knight e6 was played. Knight d5, pawn takes. Here took, and castle. Yeah.
Probably castle. Yeah, it's been played.
Yeah, it's been played. Castling. Yes, and now, okay, now black plans what. Telling honestly, I would take with the other pawn. What this girl did. Here I would take with pawn c. Why? Because sooner or later black has to play f5, but white will have more play on the c file.
So I imagine knight takes on b3.
d3, pawn b3, castle, yes.
Castle.
Now bishop d2, for example, or queen e2 first even.
Okay, queen e2, b5.
b5, and now bishop d2.
And something like bishop g5.
And then bishop a5. Bishop g5, rook c1 maybe to play. Just trying to get some control over c file, yeah? Okay, it was very much playable anyhow.
It seems to be very close to equal.
Yeah. But still, playing against this bishop c8, maybe it is some bishop b7. Maybe it's some chance, yeah.
Okay. Well, okay, he takes
it's more aggressive. It's more aggressive because girls are playing sometimes very aggressive chess. c5 was more positional, softer. Because now there are many options.
I think something like f4 might be playable.
Yeah,
here.
but maybe later. Maybe first queen h3, trying to force g6.
Okay.
No, g6 maybe then even bishop h6. So maybe
I think she has to play g6 because h6 there's
is
already a draw.
Yeah, yes, not draw.
No?
Take and queen f5. No. Queen f5.
Queen f5.
Yes, it's mating.
Actually, it is possible to miss. I mean,
yes, it's possible. There are tricky things.
Okay, but obviously she won't play
they
this.
play g6, and now I don't know to include a bishop. Maybe to include because it's a very difficult question to answer. Yes, because f4. Yes, now yes, trying to open f file. Yeah. But black will play f5 sooner or later, so it's not clear. It's not. I mean,
But I can sacrifice on f5 and queen g3.
No. I mean, first black will play pawn takes f4.
And I take with the rook.
Bishop c8. Maybe queen f3 and f5 something.
Maybe g3, f3. Okay, maybe f3.
Maybe f3 is yes. F3.
Okay.
Yes, and then f5. Yes, and maybe okay. G4. I don't know.
But this looks risky for black, doesn't it?
Yeah, but bishop f6, you know, risky is chess is timing, as Fischer used to say. If you have time, you can play two moves like bishop f6 and black is winning simply, and bishop e5 or something like that. So, or bishop g5 even, positional move. So I'm not sure that rook is better placed on. Just a second, look at this.
Yes. I don't know about queen f3. Maybe here after bishop c8 was a possibility instead of queen f3 to play queen g3 and f5 is impossible.
Yes, maybe to stop and rook f1 to create.
And rook f1, rook a to f1. So
but then black play rook a7, bishop. You see, it's very interesting position. Very interesting development because it is attack. But I'm not just one sure with move bishop f6.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not necessary. Maybe f4 is better. G6.
I'm sorry. Yes.
G6 and f4. Yes.
Immediately.
Yes. Not to be take this bishop on f4. Yes. Because and then to try if f5, then to play rook e1. Bishop takes.
Bishop. Okay.
Yes. And then rook if f5, then rook e1 to play to try to get e file. You know. Maybe not necessary to push rook to e8.
But I really have this impression that it is worse for black because his bishop is somehow stranded on b7 and there's some attack perspectives. Even though objectively speaking, black should be fine.
Should be fine, but you know, it's interesting position, interesting development is possible. Queen h3, I think. But she played f4 first move immediately.
Yeah. But I like this move actually, e takes and d5. It's a bit more aggressive, like you said. I mean,
oh, yes, f4 is interesting either because the plan is to play maybe. No, it is tricky, I can't say f4. Yes, it is logic behind this move. Take, queen takes.
But what about bishop f6? Is it possible?
Bishop f6 is possible, but then some tricks, queen e4, g6, yes? It's,
and f5,
f5, then g5. But it is possible, it's blockade, then white can win on the other flank. Because white can play now bishop e3, b4, and this flank is closed. You can, but I'm not sure. f6, yeah, it's perfect. The same classical idea which was before, yes. Yeah. With queen f5. You see,
so bishop f6 is impossible.
No, I don't like it.
Maybe that's actually White's idea. I don't know. If she's seen it so far, I don't know. Probably not.
No, maybe queen e4, bishop f6, queen e4, g6, f5, and maybe bishop c8.
Yeah, g5.
But still is not a threat because if takes, rook takes on f5.
And now bishop h6.
Yes.
Here.
And now maybe take and double rook on f5.
Oh, it's so dangerous.
Yeah.
Something this. No, I don't like this.
Maybe it's not so that maybe bishop g5, maybe it's holdable, you know. Bishop g5, take.
Do I? Yeah,
yes, rook f1, rook a7. Who knows? You see.
Yeah, not so
bishop
easy.
f5, it looks easy, but you know, there are big resources always in this business.
Yeah. Yesterday, me and Emil in the studio were also discussing about Anna Musuk's, her older sister, game against Sophie Millet, and she also had this very difficult position with black, but somehow it held.
No, look, it's not holding. In men's chess, it would be simply 1-0 without simply killing. Because, you know, in girls' chess, sometimes there is big respect for champions, you know. And I think it was big respect simply yesterday because position was just men's would hit few times and it would be over. It is simply technical work for the men's GM, even not the top 10, but for top 200. It's simple. It's too much respect.
So here I would imagine something like. Rook takes on f4 seems to be...
Rook is possible, but a bit...
E takes on f4 seems to be the only move here for black because bishop f6 looked very dangerous. Something I feel has gone wrong for Maria here.
Look, it is just the start. It is not. We cannot say that. There will be interesting events. So we can say that this position will be developed in very interesting.
I'll trust your instincts on this. Okay.
It will be very unclear.
Okay.
But okay, now Gil is a bit unsure. She can play Queen E4, then Queen F4, then she can play Rook F4, Queen F4. A lot of options here, but even B6 pawn can come under attack, Queen takes F4, then Bishop E3, Queen F2.
This is why I actually like playing Rook F4 first, because it leaves my options open where to put the queen first.
Yeah, it is. Idea exists, no problem. But it's one question, is it useful to exchange so early these black squared bishops, yeah? Maybe yes, maybe not.
Yeah, you mean after Bishop G5?
Yes, after Bishop G5, yes, Queen E4, G6, and then Rook F2, for example. Rook F2, and then with the idea take, yes. And then, but
something like this.
Bishop C8, or there is no big threats in the position. Maybe B5, no, Bishop C8, Bishop D7 may be better, yes. No, H4, H5 white has to play. H4, Rook F1, then H4, H5.
Yeah, still I prefer white, but of course we'll see.
Okay. With white it's much easier to play, but will be very sharp. What are other interesting games?
This was the Petra Pap with white against Nano Zegnidze. We left the game somewhere here. You seem to like this move H3.
This is okay. It's interesting. I can't say there's something wrong, but it is too cautious moves. We can say sometimes believe that sometimes Gil's plays. Sometimes they play fantastic chess, but sometimes try to play a bit softer than men's, and this is a typical soft move. Like softball between in America and United States. Girls play softball, not.
Okay. So Queen
not
A4.
baseball.
Yeah, so it seems there are some attacking perspectives on the king side, so black is very happy to give back the pawn, but I'm not sure if that was actually necessary. So okay, d takes on c5, it is understandable to grab the pawn back, but should they? I mean, there were some possibilities to do something on the king side.
But it's necessary to reshuffle the position somehow. Somehow it would be necessary to play something like Queen F4, G4, H4. Because white lost time with H3. Usually white plays H4, Rook H1, H3, Rook G3. Attacking this business on G7. But with H3, when we see move H3 first then H4, we say it's a bit too smart.
Can I play now H4?
Of course, with Rook H3 it's possible. It was possible attacking way Rook. It's typical for these French lines.
But still, I'll probably make some developing move, and now I'll play knight f5, not to allow you to put something like this. Makes some sense to me.
No, for this reason, maybe Queen f4 now or later, and with idea G4, yes? Then G5, H5, G5, but it takes time, so this attack is not easy. So her decision to take a pawn is absolutely understandable. Take. Knight d7, bishop e3 will play b6. Yeah, normal line. She wants to open a file, yes, which is very strong. So now possible to take on b6 and to play bishop b5. But black's problem is king. Yes, king has to be placed somewhere to e7, knight c6 and king e7. Yeah.
But there's also some kind of a threat to play g4, g5, and it seems that the h6 pawn falls because h5 somehow.
H5, G4,
G6.
G6, then H5 will be somehow weakness, yeah?
Something like that.
B6 is very clever move from this point because she wants to open a file to get counterplay on the other side.
So let's say I'll take here, then there's a very nice bishop a6 also is a possibility.
Yes, also is a possibility. So Nana is not big specialist in French. It's very... but she is much more active player. She always plays Sicilian with great results, but maybe introducing new opening for him will be very interesting.
It's interesting because in the first round, if I'm not mistaken, she played against Shakhtar Mamedyarov's youngest sister, Moscow variation. And Alexei in the studio said that she normally doesn't play the Moscow. Now you say that Nana usually doesn't play the French.
Yes,
so.
they are usually, first of all, if they are preparing for new competition, they introduce it new opening, maybe started to work with new trainer. With always new trainer, new openings. It's always like that. Because trainers what is the strong side of trainer? Trainer wants to show his strong side. A strong side usually it is his opening knowledge, which he's specialist. Yes, and he wants first of all to teach these openings. It's everywhere, yeah, in chess.
So he teaches the openings he knows most.
He knows, but first of all, is his specialist there, and it is important. But on the other hand, it's much easier for him, because teaching on openings, known openings is like piece of cake for the trainer. So it's always like that. But anyhow, sometimes openings are very useful for players. Sometimes not easy with the style. Not very much compatible with the style sometimes. But French, I don't know. Nana likes more complicated situations, like more active play. But okay, with French. Look, there are different players who played French. For example, Korshnoy always played in interesting style French. Some other players made from French some bunker, It depends on the person. For example, a very peaceful opening is considered to be Petrov defense, yes?
Yeah.
But I played many games against top grandmasters like Holmo, like Elvest, like Lobron Eric, he was in Sokolov, and my game was extremely sharp. So it depends upon the people who plays what. It's not the opening. Which says that it will be peaceful. No, if players want, they can create a mess in every situation.
Mm-hmm. So here I'm thinking about this position. What are the options actually for white? Okay, it seems in the game she took on b6.
But it's necessary to take. I don't
know. I was thinking something maybe possible c4, no, to open something, but probably doesn't give anything.
First of all, bishop a6 is some option.
Yes. That's also probably not. There are so many good options.
Yes.
I was playing with the ideas g5, h5, rook h4. Something.
Black has very strong opening through a file. But on the other hand, king is the problem. If white will manage to do something, it will be one thing. If not, then it will be a problem.
I think that white should actually sacrifice that pawn on a3 and aim for that very bad position of the king and somehow open up the position, maybe.
Yeah, but it's very difficult to open. Maybe g5 immediately and then g4.
g5, h5, g4, g6, and
then take and then king d2 and maybe rook another to a1. Yes, take on h5. I mean, probably rook takes. If rook takes, pawn takes, and maybe king e2.
Okay, e2, bishop a6 exchanges the bishops.
No, but first rook a3.
But then there's such a beautiful
yes,
g6.
knight on g6. Yeah.
The bishop on e3.
This doesn't work now well. So. Mm-hmm. White has to do something very fast. I don't know what to do, but it is not our problem. Let's go further.
Okay, let's see.
It's not our problem.
Let's see if she'll manage to solve the
problem. Let's Petra to think and to decide something.
Last we left this game, Ketevana Rakamia Grant against Elizabeth Pechts. At this moment, I was trying to recall what is the most accurate continuation here. I seem to remember there was some idea of knight h4, knight f5.
Yeah.
But I think it was something after bishop g5, then knight h4, knight f5. But I don't remember, to be honest.
It is possible, knight h4 in here. But knight h4, maybe g6 will be answered here.
There was something, but I don't remember. Some bishop h6 and knight.
No, black plan here is generally, it's clear. It's necessary to play something like h6, rook e8, bishop f8, take on d4. But because most of the players recently, they didn't play this plan.
Look, there was some sort of psychological game. Maybe you want to repeat the position, and why did not? Yes, okay. Okay, h6, and now... Yes, now knight h4 seems to be standard.
Yeah, standard moves.
And knight e6.
Knight f5 possible.
Knight f5.
Just exchanges, yeah.
Yeah, but
But what better? Black wants to take on d4.
I
Nothing
probably don't
better.
want to exchange on e5 because it
Yeah.
opens the bishop on e7
Of
somehow.
course. No, 95 looks to be seems to be the absolutely normal reaction. Yeah.
So let's say.
Take.
But are there some? Can I maybe keep that knight
For attack, no, I'm not sure.
somehow take?
Because bishop f5 will follow.
Yeah, bishop d4, then bishop f5 intermezzo.
Yeah.
Yes. So I
necessary to
assume
take.
there's also nothing.
Nothing.
Take.
And now how to develop bishop? To e6, I'm not sure because it will be capture and e5 and problems with the structure. Yes.
This is just worse.
Yes, worse structure, pawn e6, yes. If bishop e6 would be normal, if black would be able to. But seems to be slightly better for white here.
There's also, I understand, some kind of bit annoying idea, maybe with e5.
Yes.
rook
Someday
e5.
to open file, exploiting the power of white pieces. White pieces are much more active and developed. You see, and for this reason, it's necessary to do something.
Or maybe
black.
she doesn't have to take on d4. But what can she do? Because bishop f8 is it impossible?
No, knight e6.
Maybe
First take on e5.
take,
knight
take,
e6.
take.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, pawn down. No, it's useless. I don't see the many options because white either is not, let's say, hurrying. White can play d5 maybe. White can play rook a d1. So it's necessary to take. I think it's forced. But white did not play yet.
No, I mean, white did not play knight f5. I'm wondering what she's thinking. Maybe
She's thinking. I think.
maybe take on e5 first, then knight f5.
No, it's allowing black to. I don't know. Okay, idea
it's
exists. Possible,
So
but
knight g, maybe knight g5 something. Is it here? No.
no. Here, I don't see that it's possible.
Because if I go away, I'll take on f5 or even e4. No, e4 not.
No, simply take on g5. Pawn takes. Take on. No, not necessarily to take on e5 either. Why? To open black bishop.
Okay, g6 is not. But I want to take on f5. Okay, but
There
g5.
is more maybe queen g3. There is some sense. No, queen g3, knight h5.
But I can also take on f5.
Yeah, knight h5. No. Queen is well placed on f3. Not easy yet. Yes.
Maybe actually knight g5 is some better chance because knight d4 is just worse
just
for black.
worse, yeah. Knight
Just
g5.
worse. Oh no! This was not played. So let's say.
Not yet, yeah. But I don't see any bigger idea for white. I think idea is quite logical.
Okay, take. Assuming that you have to take.
No, maybe no. Not why is to open this bishop. Rook a d1 if to play something. Yes. Positional development.
G6 is still impossible.
Knight h6, knight h7.
Can I now play bishop and still knight h6?
Knight h6, yes, and destroying. Maybe not so big destroyment here because bishop g7 and take on d4. No, it's not big deal here. But it will be hanging in the air. Yeah.
But now actually I want to play g6 maybe.
Yeah.
G6 and then knight h6, take on f6, and on g6 will be hanging. Well, it seems to be some kind of advantage for white.
Yeah, but still black has come now. Bishop e6 is idea.
Yeah, bishop e6 is also a possibility.
Well, it's still not so big advantage. Okay, let's go to other games. Galamova.
We left the game here, and I was probably suggesting to keep the bishop. A3 makes perfect sense. Rook c8. That was a bit unexpected. I thought that maybe. I'm not sure how required it is. I want to stop the knight e5. I don't know how dangerous it is. And I thought about queen c7.
It would be more logical because knight in e5 preparing.
Yeah, prepare e5. So obviously bishop takes on f6. I don't think
it's not big threat.
that is not a big threat because this bishop is so strong.
And okay, black can play f5 later. So
Yeah, so I don't know. Okay, she played rook c8. I was a bit surprised by that. And now obviously white played knight e5.
Yes, preparing f4.
4, yes, knight e7. But maybe she's confident that this is a good position for
Rook d1,
black.
I'm not sure about such moves as rook d1. Well, sometimes players playing, you know, some moves without, let's say, okay, there are two plans here. One plan is f4, another plan is c4. If you want to play c4, then your move and maybe idea is to stop knight e4. The knight e4 and bishop goes somewhere and threats on d file. But I would prefer f4 immediately. What will be, will be. Then to think about some different
Because
solution.
after knight f5, you're going g4 probably play,
Yes,
no?
g4 is possible. No, g4, knight d6 is not here possible. So
Knight e4, yeah?
knight e4, take.
Take with what?
With knight, yes, of course. Take, and something like bishop b5 maybe. And rook d1. But she wants to have it similar with rook on d1. Similar. Maybe it's logical, but for some reason I don't like it very
Had
much.
some funny ideas with f6 and then rook d1.
Yes.
Some problems with that bishop, and then you go here.
Yeah.
Maybe you can even leave it on.
Yeah,
on
because there are
queen
no
g4
threats. Queen
something.
g4, yeah. So this kind of positions are very dangerous. Black is suffering recently with such structures. Black are not very happy with such structures.
Yeah, that's why I don't like this rook c8 from a practical point of view. But
it's always useful to control this e5 to stop it, knight e5. And I think white had to play before knight e5. White could do it before, earlier. So always is a problem. If you don't play on knight e5, maybe you don't want. Maybe she don't want. She doesn't want it. So the player is a bit comfortable and she is not stopping it, Not stopping this move, okay, opponent doesn't play. So okay, it doesn't threat, she does have the intention. There's a lot of psychology inside. Does she want knight e5 or she doesn't, But when you think in such way, it will be sooner or later knight e5. It's known.
okay. So let's see what's going on.
But she played e4.
She played no, but the queen is on c7. How did that?
No, she played last move queen c7.
Okay, here, yes.
And then f4, yeah.
And then f4. Okay, I see. Okay,
She had some dreams about playing c4, but white has to play c4 on the next move. C4 has to be played on the next move, and it will.
But how can she prepare actually make c4 to happen? I don't see that possible. Ace, no, it's impossible. Ace is b5, no.
No, maybe c4 and not bishop e5. Someday bishop e5 maybe was possible. No. Here, I mean, here in this situation, c4
you
is
mean
a threat.
instead of f?
Yes,
Okay.
c4 can be some threat because if knight takes here, not big threat still. Yeah, okay, but I don't like black position, telling honestly, because it's very difficult to play.
And
Very
so easy
difficult.
for white.
So easy for white. White just improves. Yes. So it's necessary to play knight e4 in my opinion, sooner or later.
Knight e4 we might transform. Okay, but the queen is on c7 already, so probably take with the knight, bishop b5 something, and
There are two options. It's possible to take with bishop and to play knight d4.
also looks good. Yes.
Yes.
This and this, such a good coordination of the knights. Knight d6 is a positional threat. Something like rook d8.
Yeah, but
There's something on g7.
But still, preferable would be to have bishop. Yeah.
Yes, queen g4 something. Yeah.
Yes. So this position is, look always problematic. And not. I played few times. I played against Olympian against Mamara. This position always suffering. Something always. You cannot get rid out of this stupid knight. You take. You have problems on f file. Yes. If you don't take, then sometimes it's queen f3, queen h3, or rook f3.
Or if you play f6 and it's not going anywhere. Anyway.
Yes. There are some threats on the side. So you see, this. You are suffering. Sometimes there are some positions you don't like. You don't want to see this position. You don't know because you don't know how to fight it. Telling honestly.
Yeah.
So it's necessary always to stop it in most cases. But it is one rule. If you have not bishop on e7, you have to take on e5 with knight. It's the rule. But for this reason, you don't play bishop d6. For this reason, you play bishop e7. Then you take on e5, and then you play knight d7. Before.
So here in the opening.
Yes.
So instead of
d7, yes, bishop immediately maybe knight d7 first, then bishop, or knight c6, no big difference. Knight c6, bishop e7, castle, and if knight e5, then you take.
Yeah.
And this position is playable. It's a rule. Because if you have bishop, you take this bishop, you have problems.
But here, the way White played, she made her life difficult because she could have went immediately, I think, for knight e5. Here, after bishop b7, then maybe queen e2 already was some kind of inaccuracy because it allowed for black to play knight c6 and queen c7, so maybe she should have played knight e5 immediately.
Yes, immediately. Yeah.
And then stop altogether this idea.
Because this idea is White plays for this idea from the start. Yeah.
Okay. So maybe let's jump to the next game, the last of the leaderboard with 2 points out of 2. It's Olivia Fatalieva with White against one of the European former women chess champions, Yekaterina Atalik. You probably know her because she's very, very known for Turkey.
For Turkey, yes.
And this game was some kind of a scotch. I was not exactly familiar with this move.
Yes, this is
B takes on c6.
Yes.
Usually queen f6
Queen f6, yeah. But you know, some players like this bishop 6 is more aggressive, yes, because they believe what they don't like. They don't like queen f3, queen f6, queen f3.
Yes.
Some players don't like this endgame. Okay.
But now she played anyway. I mean, it could have been transformed to some kind of queen f3, or their knight goes to d2 sometimes.
Knight usually goes to d2, not to d3.
Yes,
so it is b some difference. So what she played?
She played queen d2.
And it's, telling honestly, I always prefer to take this d pawn. Always to freeze the bishop, yeah?
Actually, I think it's perfectly fine for black, queen f6 and then d takes on c6.
Yes.
There are some
there are sometimes there are some players with high technique like Rublevsky who used this queen f3 positions with some slightly better endgame. And it was not very big fun for some players, so it's more aggressive bc6.
Okay. So we left the game at this moment. We did not see bishop b4 be played.
I'm telling you honestly, okay, possible take, knight e7. So
b takes, okay.
Not sure about this move.
B takes is a bit strange, no? Because the queen on d2 is still a bit problematic.
But she wants to play maybe somehow believes for attack. So
okay.
Knight e7 and f4, yeah. You see, very difficult to move queen, but then f4, f5, f6.
Oh.
f5.
It's extremely. I'll very briefly explain the simplicity of this idea. Queen takes on h4 probably is the idea to exchange the queens and then the
to arrest the girl.
it's arrested. Yes, and it's going nowhere. If knight takes on h4, it's the same idea with f5, and it's gone. This knight is gone. So after h4,
she played f5.
f5, some counter strike in the center.
Maybe it's not so stupid. Yes, knight h8. Okay,
knight
let's
h8. It makes sense.
Yes, it makes sense. Take this. Aha, she wants. And now I think she has to play. Okay, rook f7. No, rook f7 not now. After exchange. Yes.
So you have to take probably. No?
Yes, take. Yes, improve white structure. What is the problem? Yes, this.
Unless white somehow penetrates black's position through b1, b7, this is holding, I think, for black.
Yes, it's holding. Yes, take, knight takes, and then knight can bishop, rook b1.
Maybe even knight d8.
Yes, then king f7, then king is, and then c5. Yeah.
But it's somewhat better endgame for white because he still has this bishop.
Yes, but this is very big problem how to place pawns, because maybe c4 is necessary to play bishop somewhere on c3. But then black either is able with c5 and knight e6 some run around. Yes, it's complicated. White has to be slightly better because white has majority on the king side.
King f2, king f3, g4, f5, something like that. Yes, I would prefer white really here. So it's quite promising.
But what else? Rook e7, some counters attack from the black side.
Maybe passive rook c8, but I wouldn't raise my hand to
rook
make
b1, rook b7. No. This we would, because it's necessary to get rid out of this rook on the 7th rank. How to get rid out of it? But to play rook e8, it's...
Well, there is no other way. Rook e8, you just take on e8.
No, I mean bishop d3, rook e8, then. But
go
then
for
rook
some
c7, rook c7, and this initiative check, king, rook d e8,
Maybe
rook f8,
rook h1, bishop b2, yes.
rook yes, and rook c6, I don't see big attack. Rook check, king f3, so
Can I
what?
bring my knight into play? But I can always play rook c8,
Rook
maybe
c8,
some
yeah,
perpetual,
yeah,
no?
yeah. No, king f3.
King f3, yes, no
it's not
perpetual.
No, this doesn't work, activity, you know? Yes.
Yeah, there is no perpetual.
Yeah, no perpetual, yes. And black... okay, take it on c3, but this position will be problematic. Knight is very bad. No, it's not. It's necessary to play rook f7,
yeah, rook f7, I think something like it's already been played in the game.
Knight takes, yeah?
Takes and
Rook
rook b1.
b1, yeah.
Yes, no surprise, obviously. So knight d8 seems like a sad necessity unless black can somehow very quickly
It
improve.
was possible to start with king and to put king on e6 on d7, but I'm not sure was it good.
Here,
King could take, yeah.
here,
Yeah,
now
king
king
e6,
d6.
yeah, yes. Okay.
Actually, this makes very much sense to me because the king is
Because
so close.
knight will come sooner or later. Knight on d8 is not knight's place. Knight doesn't belong to d8. Knight has to be somewhere in the air. King has to be on d7, okay.
Yeah.
But not knight. I would take this king, maybe. I'm not sure for 100.
Like this looks normal.
Yes.
King c6.
Or even a6. A6.
a6 also is possible.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if there is threat. Because it is. I mean, if rook a7 is threat, then take c5.
You mean there's no threat at all at this moment?
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe.
Something like knight f7, and the point is to play c5, yes?
c5, d4, king c6, and then knight tries to come to win this. Maybe d5. No. d5. Come on. d5. Take it.
Okay.
So you see, these tricks are always possible.
Reminds me of the famous Fischer blunder.
Yeah. So it is still, it's question. Always, in chess we have usually two ways. We have to measure what are positive sides of one move and another move, and to weight them. What is more important for us in this moment? To bring king or to bring knight first? And from my point of view, I would prefer king first.
Probably.
Because king sooner or later you have to come. But knight, you don't know where. Knight on d8.
Well,
Here she has to play knight d8, sorry.
Yes.
Here,
But it does take some deeper understanding. I mean, first that you have to bring out the king, only then comes the knight.
But it's not so deep understanding, so it's just,
Probably. So yes, knight d8, and it's still not being played in the game. So maybe we can see how Anna Musuk so far has been doing. She had this interesting position. We left it here when Anna was thinking after b takes on a4. Olga Badelka seemed to be well within preparation, and Anna was considering how to play here. And I was suggesting to play something like c3, knight a6, queen a4, but I would imagine that this looks like a good compensation for black after knight b3, some take, bishop, and take on c1. So this looks quite all right. So actually Anna played knight a4. And after rook a8, I assume the threat is to play c3, knight a6, and b4, something like that.
The tactics is if bishop d7, then c3. It is cheap tactics, yes.
Cheap endgame tricks,
yes, cheap tricks.
Okay. Usually Magnus Carlsen is accused by employing
but
cheap endgame tricks.
It's not. Magnus Carlsen are not cheap. This is cheap.
Okay, I see. Yes, so rook a8 seems to be a normal move here. And after bishop d2, bishop d7, now it's possible. There is no cheap tricks. Queen b8. Yes, but this is pawn sacrifice then, no? Because I can, yes, this is what happened in the game. c3, knight a6, here, takes, b4. Well, okay, looks logical. And knight e4, so there have been few more moves played, and bishop e1. Obviously, we don't want to give up the bishop. So the big question is, does black have enough compensation for the pawn?
I would play here something like queen a3, maybe queen a7, maybe stopping this f3, because f3 is a threat. Okay, or rook c8. Rook c8, c4. C4, yes. So what to do?
So we probably want to stop f3 from happening.
Yes.
Even though I'm not sure if f3 is such a big threat, because I can play queen a7
Okay, or bishop g5 even.
or bishop g5. for
Maybe
that
queen
matter.
a7 start.
Queen a7, so that the pawn on e4 is losing. So maybe f5, f4, be aggressive.
There is some compensation exists, but f5, f4 maybe.
Yeah, something like this.
Bishop d3 now, yeah. No, but there is no threat. No big threat. Because pawn
But bishop,
c4
I want to
we can-
take on e4, I think, no?
Yeah.
Maybe. Just solidify my position.
Yeah, but then, yeah. So f4 is risky, yeah?
Here?
Yes, take, and then rook d3 is not possible. Rook c4 is not possible, bishop h7.
Yeah, there's suddenly some attack.
Bishop h7,
Even.
yeah,
Queen d3
yeah,
also,
yeah.
yes.
So bishop d3 is logical move.
Mm-hmm.
And now threat is to take, yes, of course. Then c5. Or first bishop, queen b3.
Maybe this was not so good.
Queen b1 is a threat either.
Yeah. But maybe then rook c8 was not so good, wasn't it? Maybe I have to play the... But then yet again, after maybe f5, I'll play
White
bishop
idea is
d3.
bishop d3 simply and queen c2.
Bishop d3
No,
is
I
very
don't
strong.
think that this idea of pawn sacrifice was logical. I don't think that it was logical. It was something...
No, there is some compensation, but
yeah,
probably...
but it is some, let's say, virtual compensation, as we say. It's virtual. It's not real compensation.
Can I maybe somehow activate my pieces? But I mean, something like bishop g5, but you
Then
play
bishop d3, yes.
bishop
anyhow.
d3, nothing changes, yes. And now I can try to improve my knight. I mean, improve to go away from
Yes,
the
to go
e4.
away, and then maybe
c4.
c4. It's another way here. Yes, c4, yeah. And then bishop d2 will be possible if it is necessary, or queen,
yeah.
queen bishop. No, it's not sufficient compensation. in
It
my
doesn't
opinion.
look like that.
Small. What's doing Lagno against Mamadova?
One moment, okay.
Some funny endgame.
Some Sicilian? No? No? What was that? No. I don't see. We actually had a look at this game so far. No. This is the tiger dragon, is
Yes,
it?
yes, the tiger.
I know that it's been actually particularly popular among the girls, and
No. Girls avoid this business because girls prefer more clear position. Yes.
Okay,
clear.
I'll
But
correct.
this is, you don't know, to play b5, not to play b5, to play c5 first. Sometimes, you know, this is very, very sensitive position. I
I'll
must
correct
say.
myself. Not
Yeah.
maybe in general girls,
Yeah.
but Latvian girls, because
Latvian, yes.
Latvian women team. I don't know how many players, at least 2 or 3
Yes,
from
they're
the national.
playing.
They play this tiger dragon.
Yeah, if trainers teach, they play it. It depends upon the trainer, but generally it's not weapon, something like that. It's weapon of even not classical players. It's weapon of some tricky players who want to make, you know, to follow own theory, not to follow basic theory, which is, let's say, considered to be official. And they want to jump around somehow. And in this case, there is logic behind it, but I don't think that it is something.
Well, actually, right now, I mean, in the previous Chess Olympiad in Baku, Latvian team was playing against Sweden, and I was paired to play against Tiger Hill Person, the main contributor of this variation, and I prepared against him this Tiger variation. I was expecting now bring it on, but obviously he didn't dare to play it because
you
I
know,
mean,
this is usually the weapon of stronger players who are playing against weaker player, and they want to take the guys from the theoretical ways. But as in the girls' chess, there are not so many strong theoretical girls. So in women's chess, I don't think it's big fun to play this business. But still, you know, to playing weaker player against stronger player is not logical. It's a weapon of stronger player against weaker players.
yes. Okay, let's see the current position. I mean, what happened here? What? Okay. some action.
Okay, she wants to exchange it. I'm not
There's
sure.
some aggressiveness starting. Okay, h4.
I'm not sure. I would prefer, telling honestly, I would prefer some long castle and rook e1, but okay, it's a matter of taste.
I don't also think that h4, h5 is dangerous before the king is in the center.
So pawn was on h3, perfectly placed, long castle, rook e1, centralization, and then we will see what the business is.
Okay, but she did manage
Yeah.
to provoke c4,
Yeah.
so it gave something, and she did not even take the pawn. She played bishop e4, because the pawn is falling anyway.
Yeah.
Take, 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 and black is just down a pawn. Takes on f6, takes on f6, has been played in the game, bishop d3, and there is just no visible compensation for black for the sacrifice pawn. So the idea for Katerina Lakno, it worked. I mean, she wanted to provoke black something, and she did.
Yeah, she wanted to provoke. Okay, she's much stronger player, and you know, she has much more experience. She was European champion 2 times, I think, as I
Yeah.
remember, and 2 times, yeah.
Yeah, 2 times. I don't remember which years those were, but
There were 1 year, it was in Kishinev, 2004 or 5, and then after some 6-7 years.
but that was the time she was still praying for Ukraine, if I'm
Yes,
mistaken.
she was playing both times for Ukraine.
Actually, speaking about some statistics, it's quite amazing that so far we have been having 17 European individual chess championships, both for men and women, starting from year 2000. It's been organized 17 times, and among the women, 5 times the tournament has been won by Ukraine. So Ukraine is clearly leading this tournament.
Yeah, okay, Ukraine won Olympiad, won European Championships, World Championships. Telling honestly, Russian team won 2 Olympiads before, I think, or 2 or 3. Tromso, Istanbul. No, I'm not sure that they won in Khanty-Mansi. Tromso, Istanbul, they won for sure. Maybe it's, now I don't remember. It was many years ago. Okay, they were not the strongest team, but they had some spirit, they played better simply.
But where's their secret ingredient? How do they do that? I mean,
No, ingredient is very difficult
just strong
to say.
traditions, probably.
No, you know, it's happened sometimes. China was the strongest team, but from some period, as they appeared, fantastic players like Hui Fan and Zhu Wenjun. And now, okay, now world champion is not so strong as these 2 players, plus Zhao Xu were much stronger than all others. But why they didn't win is very difficult to say. Yeah, very difficult. Nobody knows what's happening. There is some team chemistry. Who knows what was going on with the team, and they didn't win 2 times. But you know, it depends, because sometimes Russian team was not the strongest, clearly, but they had some atmosphere. But atmosphere is not clear. Sometimes, like in Istanbul, they had some problems. Sister Kosintseva against trainer Rublevsky, some problems, but team played well. So you know, it's not the question that so sometimes it's even useful to have some pressure in the team. You know, not always that everybody kisses everybody and it's nice. You know, sometimes in team it's necessary to have some more fresh atmosphere. Yeah, and maybe it was the reason. But okay, they won. Winner always has some reasons and always is right when winner won. So they played it. But now this time Chinese won, despite the fact that they did not play so well. You know, sometimes the team has to be to go really very strong, and winners are, let's say, have few strong players who are in top form. Yeah, and these 2 players, they decide the result. So like was with Chinese team last Olympiad, there were players who decided the results. And for example, in Russian team who won 2 Olympiads before, there were no such players who was in absolute good form. In the same was in Ukrainian team, there were few players were in good form, but not all the team. Yes. So okay, it happens. It's very difficult to say why. You can explain it after, yeah. During the competition, it's very difficult. But after you can explain it.
But in this tournament, one of the sisters, Musuk, or perhaps even Natalia Zukova, have the excellent chance to add even more victories for the Ukraine country, making it 6 times total, winning the coveted titles. So it's amazing, really.
No, I think it's time Musuk sisters are in the line. They have to win something, let's say, because Anna, okay, this all blitz and rapid. It's
I think she won twice, World Blitz and
yeah,
rapid.
but this is not real championship, because championship has to have a system of sports system. It's not, there are no world champions, telling honestly. Why? Because everybody can play. It's open world tournament, but like world championship women, there is system from the down to the top. Here you can play everybody and you can win. It's something not fully sport system in this competition. But it's now time for her to win. She's in good form. It's time for her, I think, to try to win European Championship. It's now she feels well. She plays very well recently, so it's now time to show her power.
Are you speaking about Anna or Maria?
Anna.
Okay.
Maria not. Maria is not. Her power is not sufficient to win the championship at the moment, because the blow is big. You win, if you lose world championship match, always you are not. You have to recover your form for some time. Yes, and she is not in this form which she was before. But Anna now is great form. Anna is one of the clear favorites here.
Yeah, but still she managed to drop half a point. Maybe it doesn't mean anything, of course.
Yes, it happens. First of all, she had luck yesterday. And this luck is very important, If you don't, instead of losing, you make draw, it will be, it will be counted in your as your luck. So, she had luck. So luck means that she will recover these points, and she is for me one of the clear favorites for the title, as she was one of the clear favorites in Iran for World Championship. And she made the best result, but it was very difficult to keep the form till to the end.
Yeah, I mean, the knockout tournament, it's not easy, of course.
Yes, it's very high pressure, and till to the end to keep high form was very, very, very difficult. Yes.
Well, we do remember the match Petr Svidler versus Sergei Karyakin, how it ended.
Yes, how it ended. But, this was, they were under such pressure that it was, telling honestly, maybe it was useless to have it at all. Because, wins who is not better in chess sense, but who can survive. Sometimes, and Chinese was much more, let's say, psychologically, ready for this. She was playing many times this tie breaks, and she was ready. And Anna was okay. She was tired because she played great tournament. So we will see now how she will work. Let's see some other interesting.
Maybe there are some games which we have not yet.
Which are interesting.
So let's see this game, Antoinetta Stefanova.
Yes, Antoinetta.
She also had some luck in the first 2 rounds, because in the first round she was struggling with white actually against Lithuanian player Salomea Zaksaite. She won the game, but we thought that she was in some kind of trouble. And yesterday we felt in a losing endgame against. I already forgot against who she was playing, but she did manage to save the game. So far she is sitting on, if I'm not mistaken, how many points? 1.5 points.
Yeah.
Yes, 1.5 points.
Well, Netta just returned back from Vietnam when she was for some longer time playing some tournaments and holding it. So it was not easy for her to. Let's say to accommodate to
when
the
was
tournaments.
she in Vietnam?
Now she played some big tournament. It was finished, I think, one week ago, and she spent some time there for holidays.
Like they said, the biggest jet lag is the 7th and 9th day, something like that.
Yes. Maybe so.
Yeah. Okay, let's see how did the game progress. Okay, G3, the symmetrical Grunfeld. Knight d2, I'm not particularly familiar with this. I prefer myself b3, but okay, I mean knight d2.
But b3 is next move.
Yeah. No, but no, the rookie won, okay. Knight d7.
Oh, you know, Antoaneta plays openings always very inventive. So to say that something was very much prepared is very difficult, but she plays very inventive.
Mm-hmm. It's some kind of. I'm building a castle here. I mean something, and waiting for a mistake. But.
And e4. Okay, this e4. E4 is a very strong move.
Yeah.
Take. Yes, take. Rook takes. Bishop takes.
No, but rook f4.
Rook f4. Yeah.
Rook f4. Well, visually it looks like White is enjoying some advantage because actually it was it actually possible even to take on d4? Maybe it's not necessary. No.
With bishop possible,
no, I thought
but
with the rook. No. Is it possible?
Huh. Sometimes it's possible, yeah. But I'm not sure if Black will play. Okay, by the bishop b2, queen c3. But then Black will play queen e7, knight f8, and f6, and he will try to sacrifice this exchange. And okay, White will have some compensation, but I'm not sure that it is
that's not worth it.
Worth going to sacrifice to win.
Probably that would be for the blitz. I mean, rook takes on d4, very good blitz move. Okay, yes, but rook f4 looks quite nice. I mean, bishop d4 was possibility, but I would imagine that White wants to keep some pair of rooks on the board. The rook on c8 is very passive. So
okay, but now the development will be it is a tuk, yeah?
Yeah, the game
queen e7.
Queen e7, bishop takes on d4 has been played.
And here she's deciding what to do, to play knight e5 now or not to play knight e5, because knight e5 has some logic. But then rook e4, sorry, no, rook e4 and it will be problem. No,
rook e1 and f4 something.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, it's necessary to return. But she doesn't want to play rook, knight takes, rook, bishop takes.
Can I just take, no?
Take, yes, rook
and
takes.
just knight f8.
Yes, it is possible, but then White plays rook d6 and starts this pressing, maybe first h4. Yes, this is not a threat to take on d6, h4.
Take.
No, maybe a pawn.
Probably with the pawn, yes, you're right.
With the pawn, yes, and then trying to press the queen.
Maybe prepare h5.
h5, h6, then the pressure on both sides. This pawn d6 can be like, you know, like a fish bone in the...
Okay, I see.
In the throat, yeah.
So probably, she took on d4, so it's quite obvious that Antoaneta will take with the rook f takes on d4.
Antoaneta can take with any rook, I must tell you, with any rook, so we cannot predict.
Well, rook 1 to d4.
It's possible. Then rook d6 anyhow she plays. You know.
Maybe, I mean, okay.
Rook d6 anyhow, but then...
But, okay. No, I had some crazy idea. Maybe after rook d2 takes on d4, there's some potential ideas to sacrifice on f7 and then take on d7, but there's always rook e7, so it doesn't work. Of course, Antoaneta took with the rook f takes on d4, so now it's the big question where Black will position the knight, either on e5 or f8.
But White plan is very simple. Rook comes to d6, he controls d files, then h4, and it will be suffering. Antoaneta is very technical in such situations, and I think that she will make quite good job here.
Yeah, so this looks quite all right. Some other interesting games, maybe. When we'll be having a break, probably not very far from this moment, we'll try to see if there have been more requests from the YouTube chat. Dear viewers, if you have any chat, please, you can, if you have any questions, you can please ask them in our official YouTube page. In the break, we could take some time to read them and try to answer them. We are here to help you and give you some entertaining answers. So I don't know, which game could we perhaps quickly look?
Maybe something interesting. Let's see on position where is some mess.
Some mess.
Some mess, yes. Okay, here, for example, Hoteshvili Garatisha.
Okay, there's a king on the center, so that's a mess.
Yes, not just mess, she's attacking, yes. Okay. So it is interesting that, is it attack so dangerous or not? Threat is take and queen h4, yes?
So it was some ground fault, yes. Yeah. Okay. Actually, we saw this in Stefanova's first game against Aksaite Salome. Idea, maybe not the exact order of the moves.
It is old system of Boleslavsky. It's a very interesting system. But
here there's no queen sacrifice.
No queen sacrifice, yes.
Okay.
No bishop f5. take, knight d5, queen d2, take, h4, yeah? Rook d8 and queen e4. c5, h5, queen d6.
This is the actual position.
Now she wants to take with queen, yes, to protect. To protect the king side, yes.
Probably because
but
h takes.
But what with queen h4 she will play?
So,
No, taking. Queen h4 immediately.
Okay.
Attacking on a7 and preparing maybe bishop.
But is there any threat? Because I'll take on g6 with the queen anyway.
You know, but threat is only 7 at the moment.
Okay. But
And threat is, and can be threat knight g5, you know, the knight h7, h6. So, but f6 is not correct move, I think.
I want to open up the position somehow. I don't know. Is it possible to play b4?
Possible.
Just
yeah, but
quickly.
what is the threat, main threat?
Take on c3, take on d4, something there. So just to undermine the white king's position on e1. I don't feel that queen takes on e7 is actual threat.
It's a threat, yes. Maybe it's not big threat, it's true. You know, such position, what is typical, that in the worst case, white can castle short, yeah? White can take on g6.
Okay.
Take on g6, queen g6 and castle short after that.
Has some positional advantage maybe.
Yeah, positional, because now center will be better for white. Pawn takes, bishop takes, and then attack on e7, rook b1, rook b7. White pieces are better placed, simply. Simple like that. Nothing, maybe nothing more. So something like this, maybe transforming this attacking potential into positional, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, we have received some questions from our YouTube page. Perhaps we can try to find some time to answer them. Question number one is, which chess, probably it's directed to you, not to me, because you are more well-known chess trainer. Which chess book do you recommend for semi-professionals?
Semi-professionals, you know. First of all, nowadays, as I am contacting a lot of top trainers, discussing different, let's say, methods of teaching, different problems which we have, and I spoke to our great trainer Anatoly Bykhovsky, who was trainer of Soviet youth team for 30 years. He was training 3 generations, Karpov generations, and Kasparov generations, and Kramnik generation, and he was a trainer of Grishchev. He told that the easiest thing is now to study openings, because you have fantastic material everywhere, fantastic databases with some, let's say, DVDs, books for different levels, starting from GMs and for beginners. Then Endgame is a fantastic literature, books of Karsten Müller, Dvoretsky. There are really fantastic books. But the problem is this 30-second times increment nowadays that force players to show automatic knowledge, to play much faster and to take decisions much faster. It is main problem that it's necessary to change the attitude in the style of play, to play much faster and to know more. Special methods and technical positions in the end game. But the biggest problem there is how to study middle games. First of all, there are no good books on middle games. There are some books, but there is no full theory of middle game which is written in one book. Top specialists don't like it to do it. Why? Simple reason is it's huge work. And second thing is that nowadays everything is copied. You will not be paid accordingly to your knowledge and to your work. So nobody is trying to do. And they are doing some just partially. But here there are two things. First thing is that, as used to say Nimzovich, to study middle game means to study typical positions. There are some books about studying typical positions, about middle games, studying, about structures, I mean, and about special things. About tactics, there are good books. And calculations, there are either not bad books, but basic for calculation is still this book of Kotov with the basic calculation, plus exercise books of Grabinsky and exercise book of Gaprindashvili.
I think also for quality chess by Jacob Arber.
No, this is a bit different, different attitude. There are two main books for exercises. For calculation is okay, because calculation is the topic of many top trainers which are working now. most of the top trainers are improving calculation. But to improve strategy, it's not enough. It's necessary to study a lot of classics, and for this reason there are a few books about the structures. Shippo, fantastic book about hedgehog. There are my two books about Vizbelavsky about isolated pawn and hanging pawns. Plus we are trying to make more books on the structures. Plus we have fantastic DVDs by ChessBase, only by ChessBase. All others are not, let's say, more entertaining. They are more for chess wide public. It's very good. It's very good, very nice. And American chess courses are very mixed. They have no real, let's say, base. It's mixed. So chess-based DVDs are the most solid for semi-professionals. For amateurs, there are other DVDs. They are very entertaining and very nice, very useful. But for professionals, semi-professionals, really, it's useful to study these books which I mentioned, plus to study these DVDs.
Okay, and the second question which we will learn from our YouTube page is, what is the secret to improve my skill in chess very fast?
Oh.
Maybe there's a very simple answer.
Very simple.
Secret.
No, secret. No, very fast is very difficult. But once more, adding to this first, let's say, part which I was talking about, there are two parts how to improve. First, we have to study to improve our knowledge of classics everywhere, in middle game and in end game. Yes, based on classics. Why? I spoke recently to my friend, great trainer Leo Psakis, and he told that now he has a big problems to find good exercises from modern games. Because in modern games everything is, let's say, hidden. You cannot find clear ideas. And clear ideas you can find and you can study from classical games. So it is first thing to study different things from classics, which I was talking about, from classic. And second thing is elimination of our mistakes. It is key thing to improve your results. But for elimination of your mistakes, you need very good analysis of our games with conclusions and with studying. And not without computer. I remember when I was, I had training with Botvinnik. Together we had training Grandmaster Vladimiro, who became then trainer of Kasparov, and me. And we had this training, and Botvinnik analyzed our games, and he used to say, oh guys, you don't know how to play these kind of positions. Take games Living Fish Rogozin from Soviet Championship 36, and take games Konstantinopolsky Goglidze from Soviet Championship 38. Then you will know how to play it, you know? You need to have some, let's say, examples to understand what to play correctly. If you have computer will advise you something, but in strategical positions, computer cannot advise anything. It's still known thing. It can advise in, let's say, in tactical position. In strategical position, what advices are horrible. I must tell you immediately. But it's life. So still you have to study yourself, and serious analysis of own games is the key for improving of your results. Because if you will eliminate some mistakes, some your typical mistakes, then your results immediately are jumping for 100 points. It's clear like that. But it's work. Without work, and work is never fast.
Probably, yes. The simple answer would be, it's not so easy to do it very fast.
Yes, simple answer, but you need to explain why, what you have to do generally for such things.
So how do you think? Maybe we could make some kind of small break right now, or perhaps we could have a quick look at some game?
Yes, let's take a quick look on the top.
I see there's some fun going on the top board.
Now fun.
How did that happen? Some
it
exchange?
Was trick or what? Or tricked?
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see.
This.
We left it somewhere around.
Yes, bishop f6. Aha, here.
So it's a sacrifice.
Yes, he decided to sacrifice. Okay, you know, girls sometimes. Oof, girls. You know, what is the idea? Idea probably is if queen d7.
On f7, yes.
Yes, idea is queen f, after queen f. Okay, after f5, idea is obviously
bishop
to do
f5.
bishop f5 and queen g3.
Something, yes.
Yes, queen g3, king h8, and then bishop e5 check.
There should be a check.
Take, and king h8. I am not sure, yes.
Something
Something like this, yes. It's the idea. So, if queen d7, let's decide what queen d7.
I think big queen d7 is bishop
Maybe-
e5, but then I can just give it back.
Yes,
no?
yes, yes. But it will be not one pawn, but will be strong pawn d in the center, you know?
Yeah.
It's always idea to change some advantages, you know, to change one for another, and it's not always easy to decide how to change it.
Well, at least, but both players right now are still well on the clock. I think this is the current position.
But it's interesting. It's very interesting now. Now you see it. In some moment, as you told, it's some acceleration. Incredible. Acceleration of the game. So it's. I was thinking about pawn takes, bishop takes, but then pawn takes d, bishop d5. But it's not big deal. Yeah.
Well, at least Sarah Halt, who is supposedly an underdog in this match, she is
Yeah.
not showing any respect to her great top opponent. And
Okay, respect is very difficult to say, but
she's
you know,
playing for the
maybe
win, obviously.
yes, maybe you know she is attacking. It's great, but these few German young girls are very attacking players, so they are very interesting. So let's see this. Okay, this
there's still French and
French,
still some
Zagniza.
struggle.
But Pap is doing rather well. She protected simply pawn a3.
Okay, she did not even.
Yeah.
She protected the
And
pawn on
now,
a3.
now she prepares g5. You see, she made move rook h5, protecting e5 and preparing g5. It's interesting. I like it. So what about Galamova is complicated. Pets she has very bad
Yeah.
knight on g3 for some reason. Yes, you see, black had very logical play. And what we will do, and then let's look for Atalik game because it was interesting end game.
So Atalik, it is
Yes.
here. There was this. We thought it was more favorable for white this endgame,
Yes,
but probably more closer to equality than
yes,
advantage.
it will be rook e8 check.
King e4, something like
Knight
a knight
e5,
e5.
yes, rook d1 maybe.
Actually, this could end easily. Very three possible results because it's not
Yes,
so
it's
simple.
possible, but yes, because knight, see, king d2. Yes, she decided to show. Now
I think there's been already played rook e8 check and king d2. This is the
yes.
actual
Now
position.
knight e5, knight g4 maybe something.
But
But okay,
rook b7
rook
doesn't
b7
strike.
I'm not-
Doesn't strike as a threat.
Yeah.
I have a feeling this is some sort of
This is
equality.
some sort of equality, yeah.
Okay, is there any other fireworks?
This one, this Mamediarova Zukova.
Okay,
But I think Zukova was able to improve.
we left it somewhere around
Yes,
here.
yes.
F4, c takes.
Take. And it is
Oh.
pawn second. It is great idea. Yeah.
Okay, I'll just very
Yeah.
quickly
Yeah.
illustrate the idea.
Yeah.
The point is that after the possible exchange,
Yes. Black has great position.
takes on c2 and has this very nice spot on d5.
Spot on d5, on f5. Everything is very
On
nice.
F5.
Yeah. So it's great idea. Knight e4. Great.
Yeah, and,
But I think queen g4 is mistake.
but why?
First of all, because the problem is of white pawn c2. You never can take on e4. So it's necessary to play c4.
Probably yes. Makes
Probably
sense.
c4 to even maybe someday to take on c5, to play rook c1.
Can I
rook
play
c-
f6 or f5? I'm not sure which is the best here.
f6, maybe f6 is here. Maybe it
But
was
is
the
it a
reason.
threat? I mean, it's not even. Is,
It's
or is
not
it?
a threat, yes, because it take pawn take. Maybe take on e4 two times.
I'm actually not sure if it is a threat because I can take
No,
on bishop e5, then queen
No,
c5.
no. Then knight e4.
Okay.
Knight e4, pawn e4,
yes.
bishop e4.
Just
take on e4. What else? Queen takes. Yes. Take. Yes.
Yeah, it is a threat, obviously. Yes, you're right. Yeah, so after f6,
No, maybe.
a bishop f4 is incoming, so it's not so easy.
No. Knight e4 here is move. So black cannot
Oh,
play
okay.
f6.
Yeah, you're
Black
absolutely.
has to play maybe knight d2, then f6, but then pawn e6 hanging. Yeah. Is f6? No, knight d2,
Okay.
rook d2, f6. Still no threat. Yeah.
Still no threat. And there's on h7 something
Yeah.
hanging,
Queen
queen
h5.
h5 somehow, or even though g6 is there, but
Knight g6 is not the case, but
yeah. Maybe I can just make some quiet move, bishop b1, something. I
yes,
don't know.
maybe yes.
Some queen d3.
Yeah, but it was better c4 clearly because pawn c2 is potentially problem, potentially. So and she played the queen g4, but look, when she played queen g4, she immediately obtained f5.
And queen h3 is being played, and this is the current position. And
And I think that black is quite
Quite
good
alright.
play. Quite alright. Maybe knight c6.
And you want to
Okay,
take
white
on
idea
e1.
is knight f3, knight g5. You know, not so simple. Now black
This looks already better for black because I don't like white's last moves.
But what, black has to take somehow on e5. But how to take in the correct
With the
way?
knight probably, no? Knight c6 then.
Knight c6 or knight g6. Yeah, because knight g6 has his own.
Maybe also knight g6.
Yes, maybe.
It's
maybe.
interesting. It stops some knight f3 ideas,
Yes,
for
yes.
example.
Yes. And maybe additionally will be queen e7, queen h4 is because black has what this.
It's very difficult to find a move for white.
Yeah.
Something is
No,
wrong.
it's very difficult to improve the position. Yes. G4. What? Try G4. What to do? It's life. try to kick.
Yeah, it's like if you die, then die with music, yes?
Die with music. Yes, die with music.
Okay, I see.
So with some music. I don't know.
At least some music.
It will be too much music, or some music will be for sure.
But can I... No, if I take on e5, then f takes on e5.
Yes, take,
Okay.
yeah.
So g4 is some practical
Some
chance.
practice, yes. It will be mess now. You know what we want to have some mess.
Well, we
on
wanted
the
it,
board.
we got it.
Yeah.
Well, it's still not being played, I mean...
Yeah, not played, but because it's let's say.
But she did not play this.
No, she didn't play knight g6.
She played... what did she play?
No, it's down.
Rook f6. That is a move I don't understand.
Idea is knight f3 to stop with rook h6 to win queen. You know, idea is simple.
Yes, but what to do then? I mean, what is the rook doing on h6?
It's defending. She believes it's some attack, but maybe attack is not so. But maybe not necessary to play queen e3. First to play something like c4 maybe. Because sooner or later, I think white has to play c4.
Yeah, it's still very complicated, obviously.
White has differently. White can take, for example, on e4 and then to if fe4, bishop e2, bishop g4. If d4, the same bishop e2 with some central play d5 later. So there can be some things which are connected with the exchange on e4.
I have a feeling this was an exchanging of some gifts. I mean, white played queen g4, queen h3, which I don't understand, and black decided I give it back the favor, I play rook f6.
But it's understandable. Explain we can, because threat was knight f3, bishop e4, knight g5. The idea was very simple, not complicated. But idea was aggressive. But you know, sometimes girls they start to be too much aggressive instead of playing positionally, c4, you know, slowly. Sometimes they want immediately for all, yes? To try to do it, let's say, faster and better. Yeah, okay, it's possible, absolutely possible development.
Well, there's still quite a lot of time until the first time control reaches its end. It's about, I don't know, 40 minutes like that. Maybe right now we can make a break, and before the break there will be a short introduction video, a nice video about advertising Riga. I hope you'll like it. Maybe you've seen it before. Right now in the studio with you is the chairman of the FIDE Trainers Commission, Adrian Mishin, who is our special guest today. I'm Grandmaster Artur Snakeshans. And we'll be seeing you after that introduction video and after a small break, and see you very soon.
Yeah.
Only on the streets of Riga, wonders and new discoveries await both visitors and locals. The spirited beauty of the city and radiant nature inspires top chefs to create exquisite world-class cuisine. This is the place where inherent sounds and melodies take on form and name. Riga's got it all. It engenders creativity in some and a rush of adrenaline in others. Go native, mingle with locals, and explore exciting diversions. Discover your story in Riga.
Welcome back to the live broadcast from the European Women's Chess Championship held here in the capital city of Latvia, Riga. Right now the third round of the tournament has been going on and we are very close reaching the first time control end, and thus it might be possible that some dramatic games might occur. I've received numerous requests in the chat to have a look at the certain games, so I might be willing to do that at this particular moment. One of the spectators wanted to see a game Varakomska-Giria, with there's some action going on. I'll very briefly have a look at what's going on here. And yeah, Anna Varakomska yesterday, she was in our studio talking with Tom Contents about her yesterday's result against Alexandra Goryachkina. She played, okay, I think slightly dubious opening, but managed to salvage a draw. Today she's playing with white against very strong Russian player Olga Giria. So let's see what's going on here and how this mess actually happened. Yes, Queen C2, I think I've seen this game in a tournament already before, so d takes on c4 makes perfect sense to exploit that white queen is marching very quickly and too early. So there's already some pawn sacrifice. It seems that white is enjoying some kind of compensation for the sacrificed pawn, some attacking perspectives on the king side. I dare to say that Olga Giria in this particular match is the favorite, so Anna with white decides to be more aggressive in the opening and try to capitalize on being very aggressive. So let's see how did the game progress. Well, I think that there is some decent compensation for white because the black bishop on b7 is stranded. But okay, let's go to the current position. Okay, I already like this position for white because queen e4. I'm not sure if actually f5 was a necessary move or not. I think it's very, very aggressive approach. Possibility was for black also to play more cautious g6, but perhaps she didn't like something like knight h4. I'm just guessing, I don't know. Some possible sacrifice on g6, even though I don't see anything immediate. And the weakness on h7 is protected. Well, anyway, so black decided to be aggressive, played f5, knight f6, queen h4, and g5. This certainly looks interesting, but I'm not sure, because it really brings the question with what is going to attack Anna as white, because the bishop is stranded on a5, knight on b3 is quite far away, the bishop d3 is very active, so h4, h5 might be just too slow. So rook e7 here, king h8. I don't think that white has a decent compensation for the sacrifice material. It surely looks interesting. Yes, so the situation is perfectly under control for black. That's my humble grandmaster's opinion. I don't know where things went astray for white. Maybe e5, queen e4 was certainly an interesting possibility, maybe too direct, because this bishop on a5, as beautiful as it's positioned, it's still out of play. So maybe b4 was not that good. Maybe it was necessary to leave that option for that bishop to return. Maybe knight d2 or queen e2 immediately followed by e5, queen e4 with the same idea, and potentially the bishop from a5 could go back, but b4 basically shuts the door closed. Although I'm sure it is playable for white, knight b3, but it is possible that knight c5 here was playable, knight c5, and d takes on c5, and it does feel that white has a very decent compensation for the pawn, but maybe she just shouldn't go for the direct attack, because this pawn on b4 is also hanging. And queen h4, obviously queen g6 was impossible because of knight f4, and you don't want to leave the attacking perspectives, so that's why Anna played queen h4 just to meet g5. Maybe she misevaluated the move g5. Knight g5 takes, queen g5. I think there is nothing for white, I don't know. Unless white can somehow very quickly bring the knight from b3, rook a1, rook a3, something into play. h4 is just too slow. I honestly, I don't like it. Maybe something like knight d2, knight f3, knight e5, but this is yet again, I think, a bit too slow. And Gira is perfectly under control, so if you are cheering for Anna with white, I don't think I have very good news for you, but still, I mean, the game is continuing. Both players are quite low on time, about 30 minutes each. You need to make 13 moves and in a messy position. Very often, all that matters is the initiative. So, well, technically, all of the three possible results are possible, and if white will be aggressive, maybe she'll reach the desired result in the end. The other game I was asked to have a look at the big screen was Gevorgyan versus Yazulkina, so I'll bring it very, very quickly. There also supposedly is some funny things going on. So this is the current position. I have no idea how to evaluate immediately. I don't have such superpowers, unfortunately. But okay, let's see very quickly the game so that I have some, at least minimal impression what was going on in this game, because we did not pay any attention to this game. Unfortunately, I have to apologize that we don't have this ability to follow every single game, so we have to choose. And basically what we are doing, we are choosing the top games. Perhaps some games we jumped into our attention. So if you are seeing some interesting game you would like to be analyzed more closely, please write us in the chat, so we'll try to do our best and we'll observe the game and maybe bring some interesting and funny variations for you. Yes, so seems to be quite standard Sicilian here. Usually white opts for the kingside attack, b4. Okay, it is possible, of course, first to drag the knight away. Knight b3, it's Okay, it's very difficult to say. I would think about knight e2 just to bring it closer to the king side, but okay, I can understand knight b3, some a4, a5 ideas. Okay, g4, and of course, yes, it's so thematical. I mean, g4 is usually met, I mean, the attack on the flank usually is met by counter-strike in the center. It's so classical, it's so canon. I mean, there's even nothing new about it. It only depends if it works or not. Knight takes, and queen takes on c2. Bishop h4. Okay. Okay, that is very interesting because bishop h4, clearly the idea is that queen takes on h4 is bishop takes on f3. At least I think so. And there is no king g1, queen g2 checkmate, so you have to take queen d1, and black is enjoying some material advantage and probably easily winning the game. So it would seem, at least from the first glance. So d6, bishop h4, queen d2 takes, queen e4, queen g2. Bishop e1. Okay, this is a quite original position. I'm not sure how to immediately evaluate it. I have a feeling that it is better for white. I don't know why, because his pieces are somewhat better positioned, but unless white has some direct threats, I don't think that they're... I'm not sure, really. The pawn on b4 is under attack. The bishop on e1, even though it's awkwardly placed, you might take bishop takes on b4, so black could easily solidify his position. So very often in such positions, objective evaluation of the position even doesn't matter. I mean, it matters who has the easiest way to play this position. So might be this that in this particular position it is easier to play with black than it is to play for white. Although, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. So we probably will continue with the remaining requests from the chat to see the game Nana Zagniza versus Petra Pop, but in the meantime we'll have a guest in the studio, so we'll be shortly back with you with some short interview, and then we can see how is this third round match unfolding in time trouble. See you in a minute or two. Hello, and we are back live from Riga following the European Women's Chess Championship round 3. Some exciting games are still ahead. Some of them have already been finished. And we have a first player guest today in the studio. It's Alina Kashlinskaya. Hi.
Hello.
And it seems that you won a very nice game today. So perhaps before I ask you about the game, perhaps you can, I don't know, tell something more about you and how did you decide to play in this tournament, Riga? Have you ever been in Latvia and your general impressions, maybe?
No, this is my first time in Latvia and in Riga. And so far, it seems like one of the best European championships here because the venue is nice, the hotel is nice, basically everything is very nice so far. And well, European Championship is always one of the most important tournaments for any chess player, for me as well, as I don't have a qualification for the next World Championship cycle, so that's my goal here. But as I started this tournament with a loss, so it's hard to expect something, but still I'm trying.
What happened to you in the first round? I'm not sure if we, maybe we were watching that game, but I already forgot.
Well, I just played badly.
Okay, it can happen.
The easiest explanation.
Yeah, and today's game, maybe you can slightly annotate your game. I'll give you the opportunity. You could show what happened here and give you some opportunity for brief comments.
So this is Slav, and not the main line, of course. This is the variation which was analyzed in one of the last New in Chess magazine.
Is that some neo-Trompovsky something? No, no, that's not even Trompovsky. No.
This is, I don't know what is this.
That's Bishop G5.
yeah, just Bishop G5, and we are just playing. And of course, my opponent was not prepared for that move. And well, she started to think to waste time quite much, and H6. Queen, yeah, and here Queen A5 looks not the best way for black because normally you can play Queen B6.
What is the best continuation if it's not a secret of the preparation?
It's a secret because actually today I found a reputation for this line and decided that it's time to stop preparing.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, so I will not say how to play with black, but okay, Queen A5 just doesn't look logical because I continue developing. Well, the main question for black is if black is ready to play the structure after knight f6, taking on f6, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, well...
So it has some resemblance with the exchange Slav, and actually queen on a5, I'm not so sure it's so well placed, and this position feels really a good version of the Slav.
Yeah. I just got some tempies because a3, knight c6, e3. Okay, I'm developing, and she played queen b6 back, right? Without any threat, because you cannot take, I will play knight a4 anytime.
Mm-hmm.
So here she decided finally to develop like this. Well, normally I could take and think that my position was better, but I thought that I can still play with those pieces and just to have some pressure with b4.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that I got a very pleasant exchange Slav.
And probably for black it's difficult to decide where she is going to castle, because short castle, no, it seems impossible, right? I mean, bishop
as well
f6.
as long.
yeah, so something is wrong completely for black.
Yeah. So yeah, here I have to admit that I kind of blundered knight e4, but luckily my position was too good to spoil advantage. Okay, and here I think that queen e2. I was also calculating here some lines with queen d1, bishop b5, queen d6, king g8, and some sacrifices, but seems that it doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
And so I played calm queen e2. And rook ac8 I think is mistake. I think that I'm winning almost anyway, but rook hc8 seems to me like the only obvious move.
And bring the king to f8.
Yeah, to have this option, because after this, okay, after rook fc8 I will also play rook fd1 and then maybe rook d6. This just sounds that black has no counterplay at all. And yeah, the game basically. Okay, here I like that she, well, I didn't like during the game, but in general I think that rook c3 is a nice move in a way that she's trying to play for some counterplay, but unfortunately it doesn't work here. Okay, rook d2, maybe I could play immediately queen d6. But here, yes, and queen f8, and basically.
You just take on
Yeah,
f7.
I just take a pawn and mating.
Oh, okay, that's nice. Yeah, well, okay, so that appears to be a super preparation. I mean, bishop g5, let's call it bishop g5 opening. Did you invent it? Probably not at this moment. I know that there's a immediate bishop g5.
What there is?
I mean, d5, then bishop g5. I did not know that after
Yeah.
c4, c6, maybe this is a novelty. I don't know. I have to check it. Probably not. Okay. So far you are enjoying the tournament with 2 points out of 3.
Yeah.
So you have recovered from the first round loss.
Yeah, I'm trying.
As I understand, your husband Radek Wojtaszek, is he closely following you at the tournament?
Yes, of course he's following, and
Is he preparing you also, or that's a secret?
well, I guess it's not a secret. Of course, he's helping me
Of course. Yes.
in any, I mean, in chess preparation, psychological preparation, and everything. So, yeah, it's not a secret.
Okay, thank you. Best of luck to you in
Thank
the
you.
remaining rounds, and hope you'll produce some entertaining games, maybe some novelties like Bishop G5, something like that. So it's always fun to see.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
With us was Alina Kashlinskaya, and we'll be seeing you in a couple of minutes. Hi, we are back live from Riga. Yet again, it's me, Grandmaster Artur Snakshans, with you today. So a big thanks to Alina Kashlinskaya, who was just our recent visitor in the studio. She really played quite a nice game with a very interesting novelty. She declined to reveal what is the actual continuation for Black to get better perspectives, but okay, we'll find it ourselves. In the meantime, let's jump right back to the decisive games where the leaders are trying to find out who is going to be on the leaders' top after round 3. And so far there's so much action going on in the top game. Sarah Halt from Germany versus Maria Musuk. And this game started really promising because White decided to be very aggressive. Me and my guest in the studio, the very well-known chess trainer Adrian Mishin, we were thinking about this position, and we really liked White's perspectives here. So I only came to the conclusion that something went probably wrong for Maria around here. I don't know, maybe knight d4, bishop d3, and something was misplayed. Maybe knight takes on d5 was not as great as it seemed actually in the beginning. So, but no matter, I mean, this is the actual position with some great attacking perspectives for white. And after bishop f4, bishop f6, white went for a very interesting looking exchange sacrifice, bishop f4. Although, of course, it's not mandatory for black to accept exchange, but it wouldn't make sense to retreat with the bishop to e7, where it was just standing. So it's very often to actually accept a sacrifice even if you don't like it. So after bishop takes on d6, the following position occurred. And there are some really good attacking perspectives. And black is now willing to give up the pawn for the sacrificed exchange, just to exchange queens. Look what's doing white. I mean, he is not accepting the bait. She is not taking the pawn on f6. And instead, white is going for the kill. She is playing h2, h4. I think this is a very powerful display from white. And Maria really will have to ask very, very quickly, very determined at this moment, if she wants to do something and save this game. Maybe we can have some live video from there what's going on. So both of the players are quite low on time, so I expect really some fireworks will be going on. Because black is down to 5.5 minutes, white has 8 minutes. But let me remind you, dear viewers, it's only move 27. So you'll be needed to make 13 moves. And certainly there is some action to be happening. Okay, and there seem to be some moves already made. I don't have the actual position then. I'll try to switch it back. So after rook a6, which was my last position on the board, bishop c7 was played as white. So it's quite obvious that, at least to me, that black is struggling to save the game. So she probably wants to take on c7 because these two bishops are extremely powerful. But I don't know, I can only question, was this actually necessary or not? Maybe there was nothing better, because rook a6 really asks some direct questions. How will you continue? Well, I don't know, maybe it was possible to keep the bishops on the board. I'm sorry, to keep the queens on the board and play something like bishop c5, bishop d4 by the following attack, because such a position, even though possibly supported by the computer, it's extremely difficult to play by human. And when you're low on time, you really want to clarify things. And it seems that this might be the case also for white, who decided just to clarify things. But bishop c5, humanly speaking, might have been maybe a bit more challenging. Now the game reaches to some kind of a forced line. So take, take. Bishop takes. I'm not sure how accurate is that, because it's extremely difficult immediately jump to the conclusion that this is okay, this is so nice for black, and this is okay, so wrong for white. At least here, black is having finally a very clear plan what to do to take on c7. And let's see what's going on. I'll at least try to spend a few moments try to understand what's going on here. I can just exclude some possible continuations. Bishop e4 doesn't make any sense, because I'll take on c7, d takes, bishop e4, and white can simply resign. So that doesn't work. And I want to take on c7, so what do I do? I could potentially attack the f6 pawn by playing something like king g3. But there's no danger for black at all. I mean, with black, I can play king g7, attacking the bishop first, protecting the pawn on f6, and wherever the bishop goes, something like bishop f5, now I can take on c7. And actually, I have a feeling that this is a position I would prefer as black, because black has a passed pawn on a5, which can be protected by rook c5, bishop c6, a4, rook a5. So the question is what to do for white. Maybe white has to already force a draw here. Something like rook a1. I'm not sure if this actually is forced or not. Assuming that black gives the exchange away. Let's say she plays something like rook c7, d takes on c7. This is quite an obvious draw because it doesn't strike me as a position where neither of the sides is playing for the win. It's 1 pawn each on the king side, just some accuracy needed, and then this should be a draw. But the thing is about rook a1 is that maybe black is not obliged to sacrifice. And after rook a1, I can possibly play something like rook c4, and I still hope for something. But even though I cannot imagine this position that with the pawn on d6, black would be actually playing for the win. So rook c4, let's say something like bishop f5 is impossible because of, oh, it is possible. Bishop f5, even though it seems like a blunder, it is possible. Check, something like king g3 here, d7, but obviously black is having the upper hand. He doesn't have to take on c7. So after rook c4, I don't know, I could take something like, and the game was draw agreed. We can probably, it was draw agreed. We can see on the live video the game has finished. I don't have the actual moves. I think it was d6, d7, the last move. I did not even consider such a move. I thought that rook a1 is a standard move here. Rook c7, I assume that's the only move here. Take on c8. Rook c8, but why to agree to a draw? I am not exactly following here because this seems like a bit zero risk for black, and she could actually play rook c5 unless she found some variations. Because let's say d7, rook c7, d takes on, well, you have to take probably. Yeah, you have to take on c8, rook c8, or maybe even bishops. No, okay, rook c8 to keep the bishop active, and rook a1 and rook c5. So I have a feeling that this pawn on c4 is more weak, and a5 pawn is more strong. So something like bishop d3, bishop c6. I don't know. I would play a couple of more moves, but still, I mean, both players, maybe they thought it's enough for fighting and thought it's a dead draw. So okay, draw accepted. A bit strange decision by me, but in the meantime, maybe we can have a look at yet another exciting game. Alisa Galyanova versus, if I'm not mistaken, Marina Brunello. Marina Brunello is playing with white. What is this? So we left the game very, very early in the opening phase, something around here. I did not like particularly white's opening choice because I felt that knight b to d2 was a bit too early played. But okay, it is a possibility. But this position doesn't strike as black is having any problems here. So okay, very quickly I'll jump to the actual position because both players are low on time and some action is going on there. Bishop g5. And some action was unfolded. It seems that white was forced to sacrifice a piece back, and now she is having 2 pieces for the rook and the pawn with some attacking perspectives, and still it is black who is attacking. d4, I don't know about this move. I would probably think about playing safe, something like queen g4, exchange the queens and possibly have a slightly better position, but again, extremely difficult to tell immediately. Rook f8. Something is going wrong for white. I don't know, I cannot explain it. I don't like this d4. Like I said, I would probably play queen g4 because queen g3 is a threat at this moment. So d4, rook f8 might be possibly missed by white because you cannot take on e5. Queen g3 is decisive threat. Queen d5 seems like white is already reaching and trying to change something, and now just take on d4, and this bishop on a7 is extremely strong. How do you get rid of this queen on h3? Bishop g6, d takes on c3, black goes for the kill immediately. Queen f7. Take, 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 take. Oh, I mean, check some checks. Okay, and what's going on here? I don't see from the live feed there. Okay, it seems like there's a draw grid. It's amazing. So let me go back a few moves. After e takes on d4, bishop takes on g6. Was it actually necessary? Okay, it's perfectly understandable to include d takes on c3 because queen g3 is such a powerful threat. But maybe it was just possible to take on g6, wasn't it? I mean, I just take on g6. Let's say you play something like with white. Oh, there are some possibilities with rook e4, so it's yet not very clear because rook h4, suddenly it is white who is attacking. I mean, wow, this is something. So, very, very unclear position. Rook f5 seems to be losing by force, or isn't it? Maybe it's not, but there's suddenly, yet again, it's white who is checkmating. Check, check, yes, and you're losing the queen on h3. It's amazing. Look at this. There's so much action. And after d4, rook f8, queen d5 takes, bishop g6, d takes on c3, queen f7 seems to be actually the only move for white, unless I'm missing something here. It's so easy to miss something. Queen f7, you cannot take on f7 because there's last rank checkmate. And white is simply threatening to checkmate by taking the rook on f8. So queen g3, queen h3, and it seems there was draw agreed. I don't have the final position because the position is not fixed, but this appears to me that, yes, this is a draw confirmed. So I think that white actually made this mistake by playing d4. I would really prefer to play queen g4 and keep some, in my point of view, some small advantage after possible exchange, rook f8, rook e2, activate my bishop. And, well, of course, black is not lost, but probably by some margin worse. But I don't know, maybe not even worse. It's very, very difficult to say. So let's see what's going on in the other boards. Is there in some games some time trouble? Yes, there is a short time trouble for Petra Pap on the second board versus Nana Dzignidze. Petra Pap seems to be clearly losing because she is down on 2 pawns, so I'm not sure what happened there, but maybe we can return it very shortly while I have a look what's going on. In the meantime, Elizabeth Petz decided that the king will go checkmate white's king. King g5 goes forward. It's quite amazing, but still, amazingly, this is such a nice spot for the king because white can by no means get to the black king. This is quite amazing. How did that happen? So king g5, and look at the, oh no, it's been added time. Okay, I thought that how it's possible that after 40 moves, Elizabeth Petz has 40 minutes. So obviously, more time was added. Evaluation of the position. Probably some equality, but white is enjoying extra pawn, but black's position is extremely solid. There are no weak spots, so probably still everything could happen. Let's see what else is there. Natalia Zukova, I saw her in the lobby something like 15 minutes ago. She played a draw. That's a bit surprising because I thought that this is a very unclear position which could be easily played by both sides. We left this position with Adrian Mishin something around, yes, queen g4, queen h3, we didn't like, not really. I was questioning rook f6, queen e3, b5, and a6, and draw agreed. Okay, that is a bit strange decision, but still, I mean, white also has a quite easy plan right now. Possibly she could play b4, knight b3, knight c5. At least there was some action possible at this moment, but both players decided to call it quits and agreed to a draw. So probably both of them are quite happy. So the last board with two players having 2 points out of 2 is Olivia Fatalieva versus Yekaterina Atalik. The time control has been reached, and the position is better for white. Well, it was before that. I mean, we left this position at something like at this moment when white was actually pressuring because of the pawn majority on the king side and a very active bishop. We missed some action at the time trouble. Okay, wasn't it possible to take the pawn? Probably not. I take, knight a3, c4, and the bishop is in danger, or is it? And the actual threat is not maybe catch the bishop, but to play bishop c3. So that's a very, very cunning threat. So after king d3, maybe that was Atalik's idea, why she played c4. She thought that the pawn is falling, but except it's not. And, well, okay, at least she exchanged the pawns. Probably there was some time trouble. h6, I don't like this move at all. Why do you want to fix the pawns on the black squares? Because this pawn in the endgame might become a very big weakness, and the bishop will be targeting it. And after f6, g5, it's quite obvious that white is pushing for more. Most likely, rook takes on h6 will be played if the game is still continuing. I don't have it right now on the live videos, I wouldn't know. So it's quite unpleasant for black here after rook takes on h6, because she cannot go for the pawn endgame. After knight e5, just take, and this seems like a lost pawn endgame, because white is having this passed pawn on the g line. The king will very quickly run to the center, take these pawns, while the black king will be distracted by this pawn. Usually these endgames are lost for the defending side. So after rook takes on h6, you cannot play knight e5. Neither you can play knight e7, because then you lose the pawn on d6. So basically you have to play something like d5. A d5, and now I can try to somehow activate my pieces. Well, this should be somehow holding for black, but I think that white should be pressuring this position for a long, long time, and you can see the expression of Yekaterina Talik sitting in this position. She is surely not enjoying this position and thinking how to salvage this game. So, in the meantime, Anna Musuk, one of the tournament favorites, is still playing against Olga Bedelka. We left this position something around here, no, a bit later, when black had sacrificed a pawn. But I and my guest in the studio, Adrian Mishin, we were not sure where's the actual compensation for the pawn. It seemed quite a nice position, but white's play was more straightforward. And yes, and so it seems that Olga did not find the actual compensation, and she just was down a pawn. So the game was transferred to our already technical phase, where Anna has to show her abilities to convert the pawn. So it's just an extra pawn. Now it's two passed pawns with extremely strong bishop on d4, rook a7 activating the rook. I'd dare to say this is the technical win. Anna knows this. So she probably will try not to make any big decisions in the time trouble. Still, they are making the last moves, if I'm not mistaken, after rook a7. And Olga Bedelka has to find the defensive resources. Rook d7 probably feels like lost, because I can exchange on d7 and play c4. So this looks really grim for the young player from Belarus, and I think she knows that this is going nowhere. So usually at this moment, when the weaker side is spending time, usually it's like grieving about the position that you completely misplayed the game. How did you manage to end here? Because you had such a nice and promising position, and you do spend some time trying to gather strength and understand that this is not your day. Well, maybe not Olga is thinking about that, but at least me, sometimes I'm doing that, trying to recollect how the game progressed, where was my actual mistake, maybe looking at the blank sheet and try already to pinpoint some of the critical moments, where did I went wrong and what should I do not to make it happen another time. In the meantime, some other funny and interesting games have been going on. Maybe I'll very quickly note that Katerina Lakno has won with white, so this means she's moving, if I'm not mistaken, to 2.5 points out of 3. She played out the opening very originally, in a very original way, basically what she was doing also yesterday, because she played, I don't know how to call that opening, but the main reason was to try to confuse her opponent, and which she did. And this was quite a nice effort also today, because she emerged after the opening in a very good position with extra pawn, which she converted quite easily. And there was not big problems for her to win the game. So yet another tournament favorite has won. Antoaneta Stefanova, who is now sitting on 1.5 out of 2, but something has gone wrong here, because this was such a nice position for her after the opening. We left the position here when she waited for black to be a bit aggressive, maybe at the wrong moment, not sure. After e5 to answer with e4, counter-strike in the center. So we left this position at this moment, and we felt that it's so nice for white. I mean, she has such a pressure, she has such a dominant bishop on g2, perspectives to create some weaknesses on the queen side, but still somehow, from move 23, she managed to get to this. And it's not actually clear who is playing for the win here. I mean, because white's pawns on the king side are quite weak. In the meantime, a4, b4 also not very strong, so I would actually prefer this as black. Can we have a video maybe on the game? Antoaneta Stefanova against Anita Gara? Yeah, so something went wrong there. So let me see what happened there. a4, okay, this is understandable, of course. Preparing b5. Yes, it seems that clearly white was clueless what to do next, because comparing this position to several moves ago, black was not so active at all. I mean, white perfectly controls the center on all of the important lines, so if you go a few moves forward, suddenly black has so well activated his pieces and even is showing aggressive signs on the king side. So queen c2, queen c4, queen b3, queen c4. This is not helping white, and while black was just slowly improving the position, and something happened here. No, g4. This is, I don't think this is necessary. Why do you want to play g4? I'm not so sure if this was a time trouble move or not, but you don't make such moves on move 39 or 40. You don't want to shatter your pawn structure unless there's something real. So g4, I think that Antoaneta might regret it right now. I'm fairly sure this was played out in time trouble. The position is still very close to equal. Of course, it's by no means worse for white. White could still potentially try to pressure it. So I would choose something like queen d3 maybe. Try to create some moves, drag it to the second time control, and then just try to think of a viable game plan. But why make such rash moves as g4? g4, h takes, queen g4, and knight g6. I'm not sure what she missed. Maybe she thought that it's possible to go for some queen g5 ideas and h5, but there's hardly ever going to be any checkmating ideas. So in the game, I'm not sure what's being played. I think it's being played queen g5. The game has not yet been updated, but I can see on the live video Stefanova is not on the board, and Anita Gara is right now thinking about her chances. Maybe she's thinking about queen g5, h takes, knight h7, but then again bishop. I'll just very quickly show you. But this probably doesn't work because knight g5 and bishop c8, and these pawns are very weak. So after queen g5, let me think. I don't like this choice by white. On the other hand, I mean h5, h6 still might be a threat. So let's say if I centralize my queen, something like h5, obviously you cannot take on h5 with a knight because you lose a piece. But I'm not so sure if h6 is such a threat at this moment, even though black also needs to find a good move here. Well, maybe it's not so bad. Maybe it wouldn't be the first time I criticize somebody, then I realize it's actually a great plan. Maybe I'll very quickly have a look how are all local players doing. Ilze Berziņa from Latvia, she is one of our main hopes. We had a brief look at the position after the opening, and okay, the assessment is very simple. Either white wins or black. I don't know what's going on here, to be honest. If the pawn was not on e4, I would certainly say that white is easily winning because the pawn is marching forward. Here you still have to account for the power of the e4 pawn, e3, e3, e2, knight f3, e1, queen. The idea is very simple. So maybe I'll very quickly have a look how did that happen. Because this was a very peaceful position. Something went wrong for Stavroula Tsolakido. This is a bit strange and artificial looking. b6. Maybe it was possible to play knight d7 better. Not sure. Okay, here knight d7, king e7. It seems that both knights will fall, so that's why she tries f4, take, f5. But this is worse, certainly worse for white. At least I have this feeling, because why would you want to risk and go for this position? Because it strikes to me that it is only black who can play for the win. So it's good news for the Latvian players, actually. So yeah, it's understandably that white immediately goes for the passed pawn, and some action unfolded here, so Ilze understands that she needs to move the pawns very quickly forward. I don't have the time on this board. I assume the game is still going on, even though it's moved 38. So there should be more moves. I don't have them. I'm not sure what's going on there. But the threat is very dangerous. I mean, e3, e2. So how do you deal with it? And I also want to bring closer my king. So I would assume I need to activate my rook. I don't have the time to push a4, a5. I'll be checkmated, or queen for black. So rook b8, activating my rook. So let's say e3, rook e8, and king f4. This looks lost, actually, because those two knights should easily take care of the rook, and the passed pawn is marching forward, and this poor guy called the king on g1, he looks completely helpless. So unless the game, maybe the game has already been finished, but I don't think so, because usually players like to play it out until the very end. Unfortunately, I don't have any official confirmation because we don't have a live feed from that game, so I can only assume that it's going very well for black, for Latvia. So at least, hopefully we'll have at least one player who is so far going to 2.5 points out of 3. Let's go back to the top boards. So Maria Musuk with Sarah Halt has been made a draw. Nana Zagnidze, it seems to be that she is easily winning something. Why is this game still going on? This is a very easy win for black. Game 3, Ketavan Arakia Grant versus Elizabeth Pets. Seems like a draw. Lisa Galyamova with black against Marina Brunello. Some fireworks were there, ended with a draw. So this was actually quite an exciting game. Also, fifth board is a draw. So actually, so it seems that Nana Zagnidze at the moment will be the sole leader after round 3, if I'm not mistaken, because there's so many draws. With a chance for an unexpected co-leader in the person of Olivia Fatalieva to join the leader after round 3, so that might be already a small surprise. But I mean, this is still a long tournament, and everything could happen. And in the meantime, Anna Musuk is on her way to securely win her second game to move 2.5 points out of 3. Katrina Lakno already won, so all of the favorites are closing in, with the maybe exception of Antoneta Stefanova, who is, I think, maybe drawing, not sure. Natalia Pagonina has recovered for her early draw and has scored already, if I'm not mistaken, 2 wins in a row. And while we are recapping this current situation, maybe we'll make a very, very short break and we'll return to you in a couple of minutes and we'll have a new guest in the studio. And in the meantime, relax, have a cup of coffee, and we'll be with you very shortly. Thank you, and we'll be seeing you very soon. So we are back live from Riga, broadcasting the European Women's Chess Championship. Round 3 is reaching its final phase. Many games already been finished. The first time control is over, so players have received additional time control, so which means we can relax a bit more, maybe drink some coffee. And I have a new guest in the studio, so let us welcome Martin Huba, who is a representative of European Chess Union, a treasurer. What does it mean to be a treasurer in European Chess Union? Are you sitting on the money or something?
Yes. Have you seen the movie Lord of the Rings or
Yes,
Hobbit?
so I have.
Okay, you saw the dragon, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm such a dragon.
Okay, I see. Okay, but on a more serious note, what is your role in the European Chess Union?
Yeah, in fact, we are trying, not only me, because also my colleagues from the board and the bookkeeper and other professional staff, we are trying to manage European chess funds in a sound and professional way. So this is very shortly. So we are trying to get as much income as possible, and we are trying to be very clever when having some expenditures, not to spend more than we gain.
Okay. And I understand you also are organizing some chess events in Slovakia, where you're originally from?
Not me directly, but
Okay.
we organized in Slovakia Olympiad under 16. Next year we will organize this event in Slovakia, so women championship. So therefore, I'm also happy to be here to see some ideas and to get some suggestions from organizers. And we will organize kids championship in 2 years' time. And it's not a secret, probably in Slovakia we are trying to get support for organizing an Olympiad in 2022. So we are meeting ministers and different big politicians to get support to spend a few million euros on chess.
And in which city? I don't know. Which is it in Bratislava?
Olympiad would be in Bratislava for sure. But I think women will be in Poprad, that is in High Tatras region. And kids, I think organizers still are not decided whether in Bratislava or in Poprad.
So what is your general impression on the tournament so far, or perhaps on the city? You maybe visited already the best parts?
Actually, for the first time, I'm ashamed because I'm for the first time in Baltics.
Okay.
So I started with Riga. To be open, by now I had not so much of time to see. I went once when there was a sunny day to the center, and I had a coffee there. So I liked the historic architecture of Riga and many cafes, and I liked the atmosphere. But to me, it's a bit colder than.
Yeah, I mean,
But
compared to Slovakia.
Latvia in general, I know Latvia because we are supporting in Slovakia ice hockey. Latvia is also, I think, ice hockey is very popular in Latvia. So I know that Latvian fans are one of the best in the world. So, and of course,
I know it's a popular slogan. Yes, I'm not sure if that's true, but we like to make it popular.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm following ice hockey for many years already, and I like Latvian fans. And of course, regarding the chess, Latvian chess, so Mikhail Tal was my favorite world champion, and I know Shiro is at the moment the best player of your country. So I think you have a huge tradition. Your Minister of Finance, Mrs. Dana Reznice Ozola, she's excellent, not only excellent chess player that was beating Hui Fan, I think, during the last Olympiad, but also she was able to do a career in politics and in finances. So this is excellent. Congratulations.
So yeah, Dana, of course, is a unique personality for Latvian chess. We are very happy to have her, and she'll be actually joining our commentary team in one of the upcoming days. I'm not sure actually at which day, so she'll be here. I'm not sure for how long exactly, but maybe she can also share with her some insights. And do you actually have some favorites in these tournaments who are you rooting for? Probably you do.
No, it's always difficult to have some favorites during the women tournaments, because as a man, of course, naturally I'm combining different criteria. But as I know, to be serious, there are 5 players over 2,500, if I remember well. There are 2 former world champions, so I would say that favorites are. I would assume that favorites would be coming of this group of 5 players, but maybe some of other players will be surprising us. I don't have any special favorite. I like all players, and therefore I am working for the ECU, for example, and FIDE, because I would love all players to play better and to have better conditions. So it's very difficult. I take them as a family.
Yeah, certainly. That's why we are against Unasumas.
Yes, that's it. True.
Yeah, and maybe there's been. Have you been following the games today? I don't know. Maybe we can quickly go through, and you can share with your impressions. What do you think about them?
As being in the appeals committee, so I'm trying also to follow the environment and the conditions, whether everything is going smoothly. I have to be very positive by now about the organizers and also players. I just noticed that there are maybe too many draws, but maybe I'm.
That's actually strange, isn't it?
Strange. I expected, but maybe girls are saving some energy for next rounds, because in Open usually last 2 or 3 rounds are decisive. So maybe the beginning is just mild start.
Yeah, certainly. You said you are in the appeals committee. What is your duties there? I hopefully there will nothing be needed to be done, because usually the appeals committee is the committee who decides if there's some kind of a dispute. Have you had any experience in that recently?
From the past?
From the past, maybe.
Yes, of course. Ideally, the best would be if there would be no work for the appeals committee, not to be just wasting time and money in here. So we parallelly we work on audit of the ECU. Therefore, the appeals committee is consisting of financial people of the ECU. So we brought our bookkeeper brought all documents, and we are studying them, and we will present audit report during the board meeting that will be before the end of this tournament. And at the beginning, I was also this is a bit annoying job. I don't like it so much. I had to collect some remaining cash from players that had no time, or they forgot to pay some issue fees. So this was. But regarding some experiences, I will not mention the plays and the players. But for example, one of players was sick, so was coughing too much, and the arbiter and the opponent was complaining to the arbiter, and the arbiter simply asked the player to maybe to take some pills or some tea, or to do something simply. And then there was a protest because the arbiter was of the nationality of the opponent of the guy. So this was but at the end it was solved I think peacefully, and all of parties were happy, hopefully. So these are small. Fortunately, chess community is intelligent, and people are not fighting and kicking each other, and so there's these small conflicts that are coming from emotions and maybe some focus, but
yeah, let's hope that certainly the appeals committee will have nothing to do in this tournament.
Or sometimes can happen that the pairings are wrong, that players in a few years ago, some players started to play and they had different colors, and then you know what to do, whether to start again the game or to complain. So at the end they played, because it was not the top level. It was the European Championship, but not top level players, so they simply agreed to play as it was decided to play.
Okay, maybe we can very quickly browse through the games which are left to be played out, but for some reason it seems that the official broadcast is stuck, isn't it? Because we are not receiving any moves from board 2, even though I have a feeling that this game already has finished. And I don't recall seeing any moves from this board, and clearly Elizabeth Pechts is not thinking for like 20 minutes after reaching the first time control. So we have some technical problems here, but what do you think about this position?
About which one? About
let's
this
say
one?
about this position, yes.
It's
How would you assess it?
Very difficult.
I know I'm a
because
grandmaster
I'm an amateur, so
Yes,
it's
but,
like.
but still, it would be nice to know it.
So I just know there is one pawn more. Yeah.
One pawn more for white.
For white, the black king is in a interesting position. Yeah.
On G5.
G5. So I would. But these two pawns are probably not so strong. So
I
would say it's balanced, but
yes.
I don't know.
Yes, I also think so, and also think so that this is about close to equality. There are some exciting games. Maybe we can have a look at what happened here in Marina Brunello versus Alisa Galyama, which ended in a draw. So I don't know how correctly evaluate this position. There were some fireworks. I briefly had a look at them right here when there was even more fun. Okay, let's briefly have a look at this position. So Galyamova played f4. I'm not sure if this is actually a requirement, but I understand it's directly linked with the idea to play queen h3. So the idea, if white plays knight e4, then I can go away with my rook and then play queen h3, or maybe even play queen h3 immediately. So queen e4, the idea is probably knight e4 followed by queen h3, followed by knight h4, and it seems that some checkmating ideas are quite inevitable. Okay, maybe not queen h3, but knight h4. And some forks on f3. So it's completely understandable that Marina Brunello gave up the piece just to solidify the position. So we had this position, and after d4, rook f8, some real mess started. I don't know. What do you think, Martin?
This is always difficult for me when you have rooks and light figures.
Yeah.
It's like. But I think that this attack of black was eliminated by the sacrifice. But
but still, black is now threatening to take on d4, and you cannot take on e5 because there will be this queen g3. So and queen g4 now doesn't make much sense, because if I wanted to play queen g4, I should have been playing now and the exchange, which I thought is somewhat better. Okay, but d4, rook f8, and queen d5. This is a bit strange move, but I mean, okay, I can understand the idea. I want to take on g6, h takes on g6, and rook e4, threatening to play rook h4. So I'm not sure, really. I'm not sure about this position. I wanted to reach some kind of position where I can give a definite answer what's going on here. So that's why I returned to this position. E takes on d4 looks extremely logical, even though that might not have been the best move here. Because knight e7 I can include the knight, because queen b7 this bishop is. Okay, let's say take and bishop g6. So maybe h takes on g6 or rook e4. I had analyzed this briefly when the players were in time trouble. Maybe now some kind of a move, but yeah. But what move? Rook f5 is losing. Rook e8, g5, queen g5. Yeah, so there is no move apparently. So after bishop takes on g6, seems to be taking on c3. Normal, and now look at this, queen f7. This is why we love
very nice
chess.
Tactics, huh?
Yes, queen f7. Unfortunately, it gives only a draw, but you cannot take on f7 because rook e8 checkmate. Yeah. The rook is under attack, and queen g3. Now it's possible here. I thought actually that might be possible some queen h4, but this might be losing by force. The idea is king g1, I include queen f2, some difference there. But after queen h4, king g2, queen f2, and king h3.
There is no check.
Yeah, and it seems that. But can I wait? Can I take on f3, queen f3? take. King G2, Rook F2, and I take. So there's just one move. I want to take on G6 and capitalize. So King G4. Is it possible actually I can... Oh, this is nice. I mean, H takes on G6. I thought about this position. G takes B4, but black gets mated. Check and mate.
H1,
yes. Wow, it's quite nice.
Quite nice. Yes.
Quite nice,
So
really.
White would win.
White would win somehow. I mean, okay, I had a feeling this is not playable, of course. Okay, White could probably play King G1 anyway, but it gives some additional
So Marina
option.
made some mistake at some point?
I don't know. That's why I returned to this game. I tried to understand what's going on here. Yeah, but the game happened like this, is that after King H1, Queen H3, King G1, there was a treble repetition, both players were happy. They repeated, and maybe that was how it was supposed to be, but I keep wondering about this position. Wait, there was another idea. I thought about this. Bishop takes on F2, Queen H2, but unfortunately King F1, because King E3 I can now take on F7. There is no checkmate on E8. So it seems to be just winning, because I think so. Yeah, it should be winning for white, for black, because he's enjoying material advantage. And now King F1. Queen H3, King F2. This is a draw by repetition still. Yeah. So I really don't know. Okay, of course I know this is very easy to evaluate the position when you're sitting on a computer, probably chess bomb, and come on, it's draw, it's zeros, but no, it's not obvious at all. I mean, starting from this position, to understand what's going on and what players were in time pressure, I mean, it's not easy. Yeah. Okay, maybe we'll invite a few more player guests in the studio. Thank you, Martin, for visiting us. I hope you're enjoying Riga.
Welcome. Yes, of course.
And hopefully we'll be seeing you also in some other broadcast, and we'll be returning you in a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. And we are back in the studio following live from Riga, European Women's Chess Championship. Today we have many visitors here in the studio. So right now with me is the very strong Russian player Olga Giria, who won today. Yes. Congratulations. And maybe we can very quickly review your game, but perhaps you can give me some your general impressions about Riga. Have you been here before, or I mean in Latvia as general?
Yes, I've been in Tallinn.
Okay, in Estonia, but I assume in Riga this is the first time for you.
Then I played in Tallinn. Of course, I visited Riga, but only for one day, maybe a few hours. So that's like first time.
Okay, I see. And how do you like the tournament so far? How it's going for you? I mean, the accommodation, the tournament hall, maybe some objections, or everything is all right?
I think all is great.
That's good to hear.
Yes.
I mean, we have still meet a person who has to say, this is disgusting. I mean, okay, I mean, we are very glad to hear that you're liking the tournament and the organizers are really doing their best to give you the best accommodation here. So maybe we can very, very quickly recap your game. Can you, in a few words, tell what happened in your game?
Okay, for me, D4, it was a surprise because Anna always plays E4, and she played interesting variation. I don't know how to play here.
I know Queen C4. Yeah, I also my knowledge is very limited. So like move 4.
Yeah, so for me it was absolutely new position, and I think I played something wrong here. Maybe I should play E5 because
A5 and B4. Yes.
A5 before A4, like that. And then knight A6 to keep pressure on this pawn on before. Because here,
It felt some compensation actually for white,
yes,
if not more.
I thought about castle, but I'm not sure that's good. Because of this queen.
Yeah, there's there dangerous take queen d2 something.
So I have to play h6, and that's. I think she could play here rook c1, for example, this rook.
You mean instead of going for the attack, just play positional?
Rook c1, but knight c5. And then like rook c1, and now she wants to take this pawn. E5, just taking. I think that maybe the bad position for black, but queen e2, she wanted to play e5, queen e4, but I think that's after that position becomes complicated. And she missed g5. Of course, she can play queen g3. Knight h5, queen e5, something like this.
It looks good for black, I think, yeah.
Yeah, and she decided to get rid of the knight, and I think black is fine there.
I also thought so. There's just not enough pieces to attack. So probably that attack wasn't such a great idea. What do you think? No?
Yeah. I think she should play on this pawn on c6, not to the king.
How did the game end? I think we were looking. Yeah, actually, we were looking at this game. We received a request from a chat from a viewer to see this game, and we left it here. We thought that yes, that black is comfortably winning.
And she missed also knight h5. So that's okay.
Yeah.
And then c5. Okay, good move.
Okay, so that means that you've moved so far to 2.5 points, if I'm not mistaken, out of 3. And perhaps you can maybe tell, if it's not a secret, what is your goal in this tournament? What do you plan to achieve?
Okay, I want to be first, second, or third. That's all.
Okay, the top 3. Of course.
Top
I mean, why other reasons? Of course, I understand. And how far? I did not check the history, so I wouldn't know of all of the players. What is your best score so far in European Women's Chess Championship? Because I'm sure this is not the first tournament for you.
Yes, not at all. Maybe 6. I don't know. And my best score was also only 8 points, and I think that was 4th place or something like that. Okay,
so you are certainly aiming for something higher. So it's okay. We'll be cheering for you, because I mean this tournament is so unpredictable, and the favorites have been dropping points left and right, and
a lot of draws, I think.
Yeah, what do you think about those draws? I mean, I always thought that women's, they play very aggressive, but if you had a look at these games, they finished so early. Okay, in the first round, I was already surprised, and somebody was writing a chess poem and said, okay, it might be understandable for a very strong open tournament, but in women's chess, I mean, so many draws. Okay, this position, for example, Sarah Halt with Marie Musuk was draw agreed. I thought that it's still possible to play. Okay, maybe not this particular position, but for example, I was surprised by this game that this was still opening phase and it's a draw. I mean, or maybe it's
strange.
some players trying to save some energy for the later battles.
But in this game I saw that Zainab, she spent a lot of time in the opening, so maybe she decided not to play there.
Yes, but she might have been decided not to play, but I think Black could have decided to play on. I was surprised that both players agreed, okay, it's a draw, it's fine. I mean, okay, I see. So, and there was some other draws I don't seem to recall. Maybe not so easy draws. Yes. Yeah, so quite many draws, and it seems that you will be sharing at least the third place after the third round. So, thank you for coming to the studio, and best of luck to you.
Thank you.
I hope you'll make it to the top 3. Welcome back from Riga, European Women's Chess Championship. Round 3 is about to be concluded. The games are still being played. There's some kind of a technical problem because our server has not been transmitting moves, so I'm not sure what's going on there. So don't worry, the games are following, but we cannot show you the last moves at the moment. I wanted a bit pay attention to what's going on in one of the tournament favorites, Anna Musuk's game against Olga Badelka. I don't know what is the actual position. Something like this is sitting on the board. Last we left this position when Anna was having a technically probably winning position, something like queen e2, bishop d4. And this is where the transmission stopped, and as far as I know, the rooks have been swept off the board. Something like this was played. Okay, the following moves did not actually occur in the game, but the actual more or less position is on the board right now. I don't know about those kingside pawns because I just physically cannot see the position. I could of course walk there and say, can you, Olga, please move, because I don't see your kingside pawns, but of course I cannot do that. So it's something like this right now on the board, and I think that white has some good winning chances, but she needs to be extremely precise. The good news for white is that she has two factors. Factor number one, this bishop can be used to create some kind of Zugzwang ideas. The bishop can easily outmaneuver the knight on b5, which is sitting on a passive defense. That is one thing. The other thing is that even if some pawns get exchanged, this is a very important bishop for white because it is sharing the h8 square color. So in case, let's say, somehow black managed to exchange g5, g4, g takes on h3 or by any other matter, that would mean that white could still play for the win and not to be afraid for the knight of b5 to be exchanged for the pawn on b4, because it is the right corner. And right now probably Anna is trying to activate her king and bring her closer to the position. Yes, and we'll try probably to restore the actual position very, very soon. I've been told that black has already played h5, g6 position, the pawn on the white square. So I'll try to manually somehow get this position. I'm not sure if it will work out or not. At least this is the position. The king is standing on e6, pawn h3, g2, king e3. The bishop is on c5. And the pawn is on b4, and the king is on e3. And it seems that it is black to move here. If I'm not mistaken, this is the actual position. After king e3, obviously this was not the order of the moves because we have lost transmission of the moves, so I can only tell you what I could see at the playing hall and what I've been told what is the current position. So speaking about this position, it's not, of course, easy for white to win, because if white will just go to g5, something like king e4, king g5, then king f7 protects everything. So I would think that some rearranging of the pieces is required. King d5 probably is not a good move, even though, because king d5 gives no threats. I play king f4, king e6, king e4, and black has not made any progress. I want to put the king on c4 and try to move this pawn. Not sure. After, let's say if I stand on the spot and do nothing, something like knight c7, I'll probably activate my king e4 and knight b5. So the million dollar question is, how does white advance here? And I have a feeling that it should have something to do with that Zugzwang. So I need to move with my bishop, because king d3 will be met by king d5. So let's say I'll move the bishop quite far away. Something like bishop f2. And after bishop f2, assuming that the knight is moving, something like knight a3, then I can play something like king d4, king d6, and this is a very nasty check on g3, because you cannot choose. I mean, king c6, I just go to e5, and I'll eat those pawns on g6 and h5. King e6, king c5, and this pawn will march forward. So I assume something like that is in Anna's mind right now. And black is trying to understand if this is still the actual position, even though I don't see the bishop on c5, it's being moved. I don't know where. Maybe it's being moved to f8 or something. I don't see, I'm sorry, I don't see the right upper corner of the board, so I have no idea where the bishop has gone. But I'm just thinking about this position. So it's quite obvious that king should go to e4 and create some kind of Zugzwang ideas. So let's say, yet again, king e3, and if knight c7, king e4, knight b5, bishop f2. So the knight probably cannot go, because after king d4, king d6, bishop g3, white will be forcing black to make an impossible decision, which he cannot do. So if black plays with a king, king d6, so this might be probably the best move here. The question is, how does white progress? I cannot yet again play king d3 because king d5 and black is perfectly blockading everything. I think Anna's idea was something like this, which she played in the game. Check, king e6, I'm not sure, the king is on e3. So I think the position is something like this. King e3. Okay, I'll give you the exact position. King e2. And bishop f8. I assume it's something like this. It's still not very easy to convert this, because white has to find the right path through all of the variations. Something like king f7 maybe. King f7. Bishop h6, king e6, and king e4. But yet again, I question what happens after king d6. I just don't see a direct win, because unfortunately for white, the white king cannot split in two pieces. He cannot go to the king side and queen side at the same time, so he has to choose. Some move has been played. I see it's king d5. Oh, okay. I assume here has been played king d5. That is my safest bet here. So by the looks, that's how it looks. So I think king f4 will be played here. King f4, king e6, and king e4. But yet again, I just don't see what happens after king f7. And this bishop is impossible to sacrifice. Of course, sometimes there are these motives to just give away the bishop and go king d5, king c6, but there's hardly white playing for the win. And king f4 obviously was played. King e6 instantly, from what I've see from the video, was responded, and maybe this is a draw. I have another idea. Might be a possibility if I could somehow bring my king to b3, but the correct order of the moves will be required. Okay, let's say I'll play something like king e4, king f7, bishop h6, king e6, and now I just need to give you away a move. Something like bishop f4. I take away the d6 square for the king. Actually, I like this. Because if the knight now goes, let's say something like, I don't know where actually, because knight a3, I just go king d4. And you cannot go to king d6, and I just march to c5. So It seems that actually this is quite a simple plan. King e4, king f7, bishop h6. I rearrange my bishop to f4. I take away the extremely important square on d6. The knight cannot control the d4 forever, because if this was the position where white would have to move and black would just stand still, this seems like a fortress, but as far as I know in the chess rules, there's this one tiny rule written that every player has to move every single move. So you cannot just choose not to move when you don't want to. You have to move, really. G6, H5 pawns, they don't move at all. Obviously, white won't play G4 to exchange any pair of pawns, because why would she want to do that? I think this is actually some kind of Zugzwang, unless I'm mistaken. If Musuk can get this position, I see now, thank you, thank you Olga for moving a bit, because I finally see a part of the right upper corner, at least from white's perspective, and I just don't see any defensive plan. If I put the bishop on f4, for me it seems that this is some kind of Zugzwang. And bishop b5. Not sure how did that happen. Probably with the king here, so the position is something like this: bishop g7 and bishop b5. I don't think it actually matters, because it reached the same position. Knight a7 was the respondent, king e4, knight b5 will be, even though knight c6 is an interesting option, because after knight b5, bishop f4, we reached the aforementioned Zugzwang. At least it feels like a Zugzwang to me. Because if black loses the control on the d5 square, this is game over. Maybe there's some idea with knight c6. King e3 has been, king e4. Yes, king e4 has been obviously played. And now I'm curious what black will do, because I'm not so sure about this knight c6. Attacking the bishop, of course, yes, knight a6, that is the best defensive resource, because knight b5 is a Zugzwang. So let's say bishop d2, but this is still winning. I mean, I think so. Knight c6, bishop c3, you have to play knight a7, I go anyway bishop d2, where's the difference? Or is there any difference? Because now king d6 is the same, I give you a very annoying check. King e6, king d4, now this is winning. I don't see any fortress here. And after bishop d2, knight b5, I think that Anna will play bishop f4. And yet again, black cannot control all of these important two squares, so maybe we'll return to this game in a few minutes, but I have this feeling that white is confidently winning. I don't think I'm mistaken. I just don't see any defensive moves from black. Okay, in the meantime, maybe there have been some other games which we did not pay any attention at all. I'm so sorry if you're cheering for some opponent who we didn't cover. I mean, there are like 62 boards, so we have to choose really, and we try to stick to the top boards. In the meantime, I did mention that Natalia Pogonina, she won her game, so maybe we can very quickly see how did that happen. Natalia, if I remember correctly, she made a draw in the first round against Michaela Sandu with white, even though she was winning, but she managed to conjure some miracle in the time trouble, and I was even losing. So some Ninsovic, some classical lines, c5. Yeah, there is such a line, of course, one of the main topical lines. I prefer d5 myself, but this is still quite a popular continuation. Whoa. Okay, so basically it seems that this game was decided by a blunder, because after knight e4, After knight e4, it seems that black just blundered. D takes on e5 and knight takes on b6, and at that level, I think that's enough. I mean, just free pawn for nothing, because after knight takes on b6, queen takes on d8, just capture on b6, c5, c6, and the pawns start marching forward. So knight e4 was an extremely, extremely bad move. I think there was nothing wrong with just taking on d4 and playing the very solid knight c5. So something like this. Even though there is some pressure, maybe white can prepare some bishop f3 and capture that c6 square. So this was a very, very bad blunder. Maybe Sophie was somehow influenced by her not used opportunity yesterday to punish the main tournament favorite Anna Musuk. She actually agreed in a draw in a much, much better position, and our visitor today in the studio, Adrian Mishin, he said that in a men's tournament nobody would let slip such an opportunity and would be played out. Even though, I don't know, it wasn't so obvious, but still one cannot argue that Sophie Millet probably wasn't happy with the result yesterday after she learned she had actually some winning chances, so this might have unfortunately contributed to some blunders. Yeah, and the game just went to a technical phase, and even though Natalia Pogonina managed to lose back the pawn, maybe it wasn't so simple. There was some counterplay, of course, on the weak pawns, but well, somehow the game got going yet again, but in the end, I would assume this was a time trouble. Sophie Millet just missed this idea that after queen d8, the knight on c5 is hanging, or maybe it's already bad. It's very difficult to tell me that. Okay, bishop d4 is a very annoying threat. Obviously, rook d8 is a big threat. Maybe it's already bad. Yes, maybe it is bad, but I mean, it's by no means, it's not very obvious at all. g6 maybe was a mistake, yes. Just weakening this long diagonal, queen b2, queen f6, suddenly some checkmating ideas occur, and this is just easily winning. Of course, two bishops easily counter the power of the two rooks, and Natalia Pogonina easily won. In the meantime, I'm looking at the live video how Anna Musuk is trying to win the game, and I don't understand why is she moving the kingside pawns. What was wrong with the idea to put the bishop on f4 and try to zugzwang the opponent? Maybe she saw something which I didn't see, but assuming she will win the game, if she will, I'll try to invite her to the studio and ask it, but okay, we'll see if she'll win at all. I mean, maybe black by some miracle will try and hold the game. I'll try to find some interesting positions. Unfortunately, like I said, our broadcasting of new moves stopped right before the first time control was finished, so I can only review the games which finished before that, or it was very close to finishing. And I see some very nice checkmating ideas for Bela Kotanashvili against Tishi Agara. So let's see how did that happen. So we were actually briefly looking at this position with Adrian Mishin when he was here in the studio. And yeah, h6. We were wondering what's wrong with queen h4, h6. Probably it's also quite a nice idea because we thought that there is no direct attack on the king. We thought about queen h4, but then b4 looked extremely interesting. trying to create countermeasures on the queen side, and we thought that yes, that white is obliged to make a castle anyway, and that's why she played h6, which is a quite resource first to close the game on the king side. Maybe the h6 pawn will be annoying in any endgame, and then she just made a castle continue to play positionally. And after b4 takes, c takes on d4, something happened here. I do not follow exactly what, because okay, the point was why white was freely offering the pawn on a4 and then on b5, because this e5, e6 is a threat. So that is the point which might have been missed. So yeah, probably we'll return to you shortly because we'll have a new guest in the studio. And thank you for watching us, and we'll be back with you in a minute or two. And we are back live from Riga. European Women's Chess Championship is still going on, even though the third round has almost finished. Today with us in the studio is the very strong Polish player Monika Suchko. Hi, Monika.
Hello.
Congratulations on your victory today.
Thank you.
You won a game against one of Shahryar Mamedyarov's sisters,
Yes.
I understand. And I hear that you've performed quite well recently at the Baku Olympiad. Okay, how far recently? It was in September, but that you were visited by the Polish president afterwards. Maybe you can tell more about it.
Yes, it was great pleasure for us, yes, that the President Duda invited us for the meeting, and it was never happened before, so yes, it was really great for us.
Okay, and maybe you can remind us how did you play in the Baku Olympiad, because I was probably too focused for our result. I didn't follow too much for others.
Okay, so we took silver, yes, we took the second place. It was the best ever result in the women Polish chess in our history. 2 times we took the bronze medal. It was 20 years ago on the Malta Olympiad and also on the Bled Olympiad like 15 years ago. So the second place was the best result. Unfortunately, I didn't play it so well, but my team played incredible, you know. Mariola Woźniak made 6 out of 6. Claudia Coulon took the bronze medal on her for board. Also, Karina took the silver medal, and also Jola Zawadzka played quite a good tournament. So sometimes I played very well, but unfortunately we didn't take the medal and even the best place. So most important, of course, in the team competitions, it's that everybody from the team should play well, and this happened in Baku, and yes, and we got the silver medal.
I assume there was a great team spirit going on, because without a great team spirit, I cannot imagine to score really well in team events, no?
Yeah, exactly, yes. It's true, yes. We are not only chess players, but we are also very good friends, all of us, I can say. So, yes.
Okay, I see. But speaking about today's game, actually I was following your game yesterday. It seemed that you were clearly dominating the position at one moment, and then you somehow slipped your opponent, let go, and then something happened and you lost.
Yeah, unfortunately yesterday after opening I was much better, yes. Okay, maybe it wasn't winning position, but my opponent was in very deep time trouble. So I just thought that I should win easily, but somehow I exchanged the queens, and the end game wasn't so good for me. And then I got really good drawing chances. I should have taken a draw few times. I could exchange the rooks, I could play in one moment bishop c5 and then to give the perpetual, which I saw. But somehow my opponent made, I don't know, maybe something around 20 moves on the seconds, yes? And even one move, she made something around 30 seconds. This was happened first time in my life, so it's probably some microseconds there. So I was so confused, I couldn't focus on the game. Somehow I wanted to play because it was very interesting, but I was pawn or 2 pawns less, so I should make a draw. I didn't, and in the end I blundered and I lost. It was very unpleasant loss for me. But today I played against her sister.
Yeah, I noticed. I actually wanted to mention
yes,
it.
It was fun. So
it's amazing.
So yeah, so I decided to play calm and.
So at least you took some revenge on the Mamediarov family.
Yeah, but. Fortunately not, this is only for women competition, so I don't have to play against their brother.
Okay, I see. Yes. Hopefully her brother won't get mad. But maybe maybe you can very, very quickly make a short summary what happened in your today's game.
Okay, this I played first time on my life before.
You can show it.
This, yes. So. Okay, of course, here's the main moves are knight f6 and bishop c5. Okay, I also prepared for Russian game. I also prepared for Caro-Kann. So my preparation, I spent a lot of time for my preparation. And here d6, it's not main move. It's probably I believe it white.
Probably not.
Yeah, white has just a very easy game. Yes. So and also here probably not to take on d4. Yes, because somehow she gave me very big space. Yes. So maybe it was better to play just, I don't know, knight f6 and then bishop e7 castle, and in some moment maybe knight e5 and c5, c4, something like that. So, okay, she went for this position. a3, yes, it's always good move, yes, because probably I want to put my bishop on e3, rook d1, maybe f4, e5, f4, f5, maybe g4 in some moment even, yes. I really could play here many moves, yes. Okay, and yes, this position, yes, somehow, okay, in some moment maybe I should calculate bishop h3, but it was never happened in that game. Even here I could play e5 immediately, yes, if I don't want to calculate correctly, but everything it's there, like, I don't know, bishop e2 or something. So a6, a4, and here she surprised me with this move, rook fb8, because I was thinking she would play like rook ad8, yes, just to put her pieces in the center. I don't like this move, rook fb8,
and neither do I.
Yeah, and this move was, I don't know, like a little tricky move, because I wanted to let her play b5, yes, because this position after b4 probably, maybe it's not such a big advantage, but it's very pleasant for me, because she never has c5, yes. Okay, she played, but I was thinking that it's very easy for me to play. My plane probably will be f4, yes, if it will be my move, or even rook a1. c6 is very... I was thinking she will play c6, yes, but this is the move, okay, which you don't want to play, yes, because on the d6, yes, you have always,
there's a very annoying person f4.
Yeah, maybe e5 in some moment, I don't know. So the structure, I believe it's better for me. And here, of course, I exchange the rooks, and c5, I don't like this move, because I was thinking, yes, I should win here with the pawn up. So yes, and
she missed this tactics.
yeah, probably yes, but I don't think so. If she could play some another moves, yes, because okay, here took on c3, took on e7, yes, and then rook a7 and two bishops, black collapsate. After queen d6, yes, of course here she cannot play immediately knight e4, because 8 rank, yes, knight d6, knight d6, bishop f4, and the mate is hanging all the time. Yes, and here it should be winning technical position, yes, but somehow I started to play the same like yesterday. I had much better time, and somehow I lost control a little, because I think that I should change the rooks, maybe probably here, yes? Start with the change the rooks, and then just put my king and win this position. Somehow, I don't know. Okay, and this was good move, rook e1, yes, because here I have to be careful, yes, of course g3, and somehow I cannot coordinate my pieces. So I lost some time here just to... I need to find a plan, of course. I need to put my king on e3, yes, and it will be winning.
Knight e6 is impossible, no?
And
knight e6, knight d8 is impossible.
Yeah,
okay.
Because check.
Yeah.
So king g2 probably I have to play, and here, and now rook d2, yes, so this was the threat, so knight f3, and somehow I don't like my position. I believe I made mistakes somewhere.
Yeah, some drawing chances already.
Yeah. And now I don't know. I wanted, first of all, I wanted to play rook d4, but then I calculate take, king e5, knight e2, or knight f3, king d5, and then king f1, king c4, king e2, king c3, king d1, and knight e4. Okay. So I can't win for this endgame, so I gave it a check. And then I played this move. Of course, now it's not good exchange the pieces in this position. So she played this move, but yes. And now I wanted just to play like I played in the game, to put somewhere bishop d4, knight d4, rook e2, king goes on f3, and then king e4, king d5. Yes, and it was exactly... Okay,
yeah, and here we lost the transmission. We don't know what happened, actually.
Okay, so I managed to put my king on d5, and then things went easier for me. And she was also another time trouble, and I managed to win.
Okay, I see. Well, okay, maybe it wasn't so bad. Okay, it's some technical mistakes, but it's never easy, of course, to convert pawn. I mean, sometimes... well, it's not so obvious, but I mean, still you won the game, and
Yes, this is most important for me.
yes, and you've recovered from yesterday's loss, so
Yeah.
we also will be cheering for you, and I hope you'll produce a very good result here, because this is, as far as I know, not your first visit in Riga. I remember you've been playing Riga Techno
Yeah,
University.
yeah,
I remember
like
you playing against each other also.
Yes, but not in Riga, but in Warsaw, Night of Memorial.
Right, that was in Warsaw.
Yeah, I lost.
Yes, yes. That's what I remember. Nice memories. Okay, thank you,
for me.
Monica.
Thank you very
Monica, for
much.
visiting us, and we'll be following your progress in the next rounds. And in the meantime, we'll make a very, very small break because the round is already very close to finish, and we'll very, very soon finish our official broadcast for today. I'll see if there are any remaining games worthy to follow. In the meantime, with us was Monika Suchko, the 8 times Polish champion, the silver medalist of the Baku Chess Olympiad, and of course a very nice and well-known chess player from Poland. Thank you for watching us. We'll be seeing you very shortly. And we are back live from Riga following the European Women Chess Championship. The round is very close to be finished. Some of the remaining games are being played out. Just in the studio you saw Monika Suchko, the already legendary player from Poland, scoring very nice results recently, including the Baku Olympiad. In the meantime, we missed that Anna Musuk, she won her game, so congratulations her on the excellent results. So far she's 2.5 out of 3 and closing on the leaders. I don't have any other official results because we did lose our transmission. Ulvia Fatalieva was pushing for the win against Yekaterina Talik, so I don't know how ended that game. At the moment, there is just one leader judging from the positions which I saw, Nana Zagnidze. Possibly she will be joined by, if I'm not mistaken, Ulvia Fatalieva. And tomorrow I won't be joining you. The commentary room with you will be spending time, yes, Tom Cantans, who was with me yesterday, and some other guests. I hope you're enjoying this. The tournament has started to take its pace. 3 rounds have already been played, but still we are facing a very long 8 rounds, so everything could still happen. There are already just 1 or 2 leaders with a perfect score, so The tournament is still open for everybody. Thank you for watching us, and we'll hope that you will return for more tomorrow and the other rounds. See you soon.